Hi guys, tonight we step far back beyond cities, beyond writing, beyond the first king's roads, markets and alarm clocks, which frankly may be the greatest invention never invented. You're standing beneath a dark prehistoric sky, near a quiet ancient camp where a small fire crackles low against the cold. Around you, shadows move gently across stone-hide and sleeping bodies. The air smells of smoke, damp earth and crushed grass. Somewhere beyond the firelight an animal calls once, then silence returns. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you settle in, tell us in the comments where you're watching from and what your local time is. It is always strangely comforting to imagine people drifting through history together from different corners of the world. Now dim the lights and let your eyes adjust to a world before civilization. You stand in a landscape without fences. No walls divide one field from another. No church bells count the hours. No written signs point toward a town, because there is no town, and no one here would need a sign anyway. The people around you understand this place through memory, scent, sound, and repetition. They know which hill catches the morning sun first. They know where water gathers after rain. They know which trees fruit early, which roots can be eaten, and which berries are best admired from a respectful distance. This is not a world of ignorance, it is a world of attention. Before civilization, most humans lived as hunter-gatherers, moving with seasons, animals, water, and plants. That is the mainstream fact that quietly shapes everything you see here. For nearly all of human history, people did not live in permanent cities or farmed villages. They lived in smaller groups, often flexible, often mobile, carrying what mattered and leaving behind what did not. A modern person might call that inconvenient. A prehistoric person might look at your overpacked garage and politely wonder whether you are okay. You begin walking slowly through the camp. The ground is cool beneath your feet. Ash has softened the earth round the fire. A few stones form a loose circle darkened by heat. Nearby, someone has placed sharpened flakes of stone beside a bundle of dry grass. A hide hangs from a branch, stiff in the night air. There's no furniture in the way you would recognize it, but everything has a place. A sleeping child curls close to an older woman. Two adults murmur softly near the fire, their voices low and rhythmic. You cannot understand their words, but you understand the tone. It is the sound of people keeping company at night. The world beyond them is immense. There are no streetlights to soften the dark. Above you, the stars seem almost crowded, a bright river spread across the sky. You can see why later humans told stories about them. You can also see why no one casually wandered off at night for a snack. The darkness is beautiful, yes, but it has opinions. Still there is calm here. The people are not cowering from nature every moment. They are living inside it. Their knowledge is practical, inherited, tested by hunger, cold mistake and memory. One person knows how to strike stone at just the right angle. Another knows where birds nest in spring. Another can read distant weather from the smell of wind and the shape of clouds. Their world is not simple. It is complex in ways modern life often hides from us. You notice small things. A cord twisted from plant fibre. A shell with a hole rubbed smooth by use. A stone tool so sharp that it could slice hide better than you expect. A cluster of red ochre near a flat rock, its colour deep and earthy. Ochre is one of those quiet, prehistoric surprises. People used pigments like red ochre tens of thousands of years ago, sometimes for decoration, sometimes possibly for ritual, sometimes perhaps for practical uses such as treating hides. Researchers continue to question exactly what ochre meant in every context, because a reddish stain on stone does not come with a helpful caption, saying used for symbolic purposes, probably after dinner. That is one of the great difficulties of this journey. Before writing, humans left clues, not explanations. Archaeologists study bones, tools, hearths, pollen, footprints, shells, cave art, and the chemical traces of ancient meals. They can tell remarkable stories from these remains. but they cannot recover every joke, every lullaby, every private fear, every small argument about who left the good scraper too close to the fire. And so you walk carefully between fact and mystery. The air grows colder as the fire lowers. Someone adds a branch and sparks rise for a moment like tiny stars returning upward. Smoke curls into the dark. You feel warmth on one side of your face and night air on the other. It is easy to imagine prehistoric life as constant struggle, and yes, it could be harsh. Injury, hunger, cold, and predators were real. But it was also human life. People laughed. They rested. They watched children learn. They had preferences, habit skills, and probably at least one person who was absolutely convinced they knew the best way to stack firewood. A little way beyond the camp, the land slopes toward trees. Their branches shift softly. You hear insects' distant water and the faint crack of wood in the fire. No one here knows the word civilization. No one knows they are before anything. They are not waiting for farming kings' taxes, paperwork, or office meetings to finally arrive and improve the situation. They are simply living in the present world given to them. And that is important. We often look backward as if history were a staircase leading neatly to us. Stone tools, then farming, then cities, then writing, then roads, then electric blankets and late-night documentaries. But human life was never that tidy. For tens of thousands of years, people made choices that fit their lands. Some returned to the same seasonal camps again and again. Some followed herds. Some lived near coasts and gathered shellfish. Some crossed frozen plains. Some stayed in rich valleys where food returned year after year. Scholars remain divided on how much we should call these lives simple, because the word can mislead us. Their technology was limited compared with ours, but their knowledge of landscape, animals, weather and materials could be astonishingly deep. You with your phone and soft pillow might survive quite poorly here without help. A person from this camp placed in your kitchen might be confused by the refrigerator, but they would probably figure out very quickly that it is a magic cold cave for leftovers. You crouch near the fire. A stone has been warmed beside it, perhaps to hold heat. The smell of cooked food lingers faintly rich and smoky. A few cracked bones lie near the edge of the light. Someone has placed tools where they can be found in the morning. This is not random. This is a home, even if it can be packed away. Home does not always mean walls. Sometimes it means shared warmth, familiar faces, safe sleeping places, and the knowledge that someone will wake before dawn to check the embers. You look at the people again. Their faces are softened by flickering light. They're ancient but not alien. Their bodies would be recognizable. Their needs are recognizable. Warmth, food, companionship, rest, meaning, a sense that tomorrow can be met. Before civilization, nobody wrote down what they did each day. Nobody left a diary saying quite chilly this morning, gathered roots, argued with cousin, saw excellent bird. But the earth remembers in its own slow way, a hearth stain in old soil, a footprint hardened in mud, a bead worn smooth, a tool resharpened again and again until it became small in the hand. You stand at the edge of that remembered world. The fire breathes softly. The stars remain bright. The camp settles deeper into night. And as you move with the story, you begin to understand that before civilization was not an empty waiting room, before history began. It was history lived quietly, intensely, and often beautifully by people who knew the world through touch, patience, hunger, laughter, and firelight. You wake before the sun has fully arrived. The first thing you notice is the cold. Not a sharp winter cold, not yet, but the thin blue chill of early morning near water. It slips beneath hides and through woven grass, touching your face, your fingers, the back of your neck. The camp is quiet, though not silent. Someone nearby is breathing in sleep. A child turns under a fur covering. The last embers of the fire glow faintly like small red eyes in the ash. Beyond the camp, the river moves. You hear it before you see it, a low patient sound over stones and mud, steady as a sleeping animal. Mist hangs above the surface. Reeds lean along the bank. The first birds begin to call from the trees, not loudly, just enough to announce that night has ended, and no one asked your permission. You sit up slowly. This river is more than scenery. In a world before, roads, wells, farms, and kitchens, water shapes the day. Early humans often camped near rivers, lakes, wetlands, or coastlines, because these places offered drinking water, fish plants, animals, and natural travel routes. That is the broad historical truth beneath this morning. Water did not simply keep people alive. It gathered life around itself, and people followed. You rise and step carefully over sleeping bodies and bundles of tools. The ground is damp. Your feet press into soft soil near the edge of camp, and the chill climbs through you. Smoke from the fire has settled into everything: hair, hide, wood, even the morning air. It is a smell that modern people might call campfire smell, then pay extra for in a candle, with a dramatic name like Ancient Dawn. Here it is just Tuesday, if Tuesday existed, which it does not. A woman crouches by the remains of the fire, coaxing warmth from ash. She does not hurry. She pushes aside grey powder with a stick, finds a small ember, then leans close with dry grass. Her breath is gentle and careful. A thread of smoke rises. Then a tiny flame appears, uncertain at first, then brighter. The fire returns without anyone needing to invent matches, a lighter, or that little clicky stove button that sometimes refuses to work when guests are watching. Around you the group begins to stir. No one announces the schedule. No bell rings. Yet people seem to know what must happen. One person checks stored tools. Another lifts a skin bag and shakes it lightly. Someone walks toward the river with a hollowed container or a folded hide meant to carry water. Older children follow adults, not quite working, not quite playing, always watching. You move toward the river bank. The mud is marked with prints. Some are human, soft and broad. Others belong to animals that came in the night to drink. You see delicate lines where small creatures have passed deeper hoof marks near the reeds, and the sliding trail of something low and quiet. To modern eyes it might look like messy ground. To trained eyes it is a morning newspaper, though thankfully without advertisements. A hunter bends near the mud and touches one track with 2 fingers. He studies its shape, the direction, the freshness. The edge has not collapsed. The dampness still shines. Whatever made it past recently. He looks upstream then toward the trees. No dramatic music plays, no one gasps. Information simply enters the day. This is how knowledge works here. People read the world constantly. The height of the river tells them about rain upstream. The smell of mud may suggest whether water has been disturbed. Bird calls might reveal movement. Broken reeds show where animals crossed. Fish ripples betray feeding places. A floating branch may mean stronger current. A still pool may mean useful plants nearby. Everything can matter, though not everything matters equally, and knowing the difference is the art. A mainstream archaeological fact helps us understand this scene. Many prehistoric sites are found near water sources because rivers and lakes preserved evidence of human activity and provided reliable resources. Stone tools, butchered animal bones, hearths, and food remains found near ancient waterways show that people returned again and again to places where water made life possible. But the river also keeps some secrets. Researchers continue to question exactly how early groups balanced movement and return. Some may have ranged widely over great distances. Others may have followed seasonal circuits, coming back to familiar riverbanks, when fish ran, plants ripened, or herds crossed. Still others, in less especially rich environments, may have stayed longer than we once imagined. The old picture of people wandering randomly is too simple. Nobody here is wandering in confusion. They are moving with purpose, even when the path is not written down. You kneel near the water. The surface is cold enough to sting your fingers. You cup it carefully and feel its weight against your palms. It smells of silt plants and stone. In the shallows, tiny fish flicker like shadows. Insects skate over the surface. A frog drops from the bank with a quiet plop as if embarrassed to have been noticed. One of the adults cuts reeds with a stone flake. The stems whisper as they fall. Reeds can be used for bedding mats, baskets, shafts, bindings, or kindling, depending on the plant and the place. Nothing here is just one thing. A plant may be food medicine, shelter cord, fire starter, or a bad idea learned from experience. That experience may go back generations. You follow as the group moves along the bank. They do not march. They drift with attention. A few people scan the water. One looks for eggs among the reeds. Another checks a cluster of stones where shellfish might cling. Along many ancient coasts and rivers, shellfish became a steady food source, and here is a lesser-known tidbit. Piles of discarded shells called middens can preserve traces of meals from thousands of years ago. To us, a shell midden may look like ancient trash. To archaeologists, it can reveal diet season, tool use, climate, and even where people like to gather for dinner. History sometimes survives as a very old compost pile, which is humbling for everyone. You hear laughter behind you. 2 children have found something in the mud. One holds up a smooth pebble shaped almost like an egg. The other insists on comparing it to a sleeping bird. Their voices rise briefly, then soften when an adult glances over. Play here is not separate from learning. Children imitate gathering, throwing, tracking, carrying, and watching. They learn the river by touching it, slipping near it, being warned away from dangerous places, and being allowed to explore the safe ones. The sun lifts higher. Light spreads across the water in pale gold strips. Mist thins. The air warms enough that your shoulders loosen. Across the river, trees glow at their edges. Somewhere in the brush, an animal snaps a twig. Everyone pauses, not in terror, just awareness. The sound fades. Life continues. A small group prepares to move farther from camp. They carry stone flakes, digging sticks, containers, and quiet confidence. Others remain near the fire with children and elders. This division is not rigid in the way later societies might make it. Roles likely varied by group, season, age, skill, and need. Scholars remain divided on how strictly prehistoric tasks were divided by gender, especially because modern assumptions can sneak into ancient interpretation, like uninvited guests wearing muddy shoes. Some evidence suggests flexibility was common, and recent studies of ancient remains have challenged simple ideas about who hunted, who gathered, and who made tools. You walk beside the river a little longer. The mud cools your feet. The air now smells green, alive, almost sweet. A dragonfly hovers over the reeds. Water touches stone with a soft clicking sound. Behind you, the camp is beginning to fill with low voices, smoke movement, and the ordinary work of staying alive. And somehow the morning feels familiar. Not because your life is like this one. It probably is not. You may have running water, a mattress, a glowing screen, and a refrigerator that hums to itself like a tiny domestic spirit. But the basic feeling of morning remains recognizable. People wake, they check the weather, they look for food, they listen for trouble, they greet one another, they begin again. The river keeps moving. It does not know it is prehistoric. It does not know that one day people will build bridges across rivers, cities beside rivers, myths about rivers, borders along rivers, and restaurants with river views where someone will charge too much for soup. For now, it simply carries light silt fish leaves and the reflection of a sky that has watched humans for a very long time. You stand at the bank and breathe. The day ahead is unwritten, but not unknown. The people around you have done mornings like this all their lives. Their ancestors did too. They will follow signs, gather what they can repair, what is worn, remember what matters, and return to the fire when evening comes. And before civilization, that was often enough. The morning is open now and the river is behind you. You walk back toward the camp with damp feet, cool hands, and the quiet feeling that the day has already begun before anyone has said much at all. The small fire near the centre of camp has grown stronger. It breathes in orange and gold, licking at dry sticks, warming stones, waking sleepy faces. Smoke rises in a pale ribbon, and then spreads under the branches overhead. You feel the warmth before you reach it. Fire is the gentle centre of this place. Not gentle because it is harmless, of course. Everyone here knows fire can bite, but around it the camp becomes a little more human, a little more sheltered from the enormous world outside. It cooks, it warms, it dries wet hides, it hardens wooden points, it frightens some animals away, it gives light to hands working after sunset, it gathers people into a circle, which may be one of the oldest shapes of comfort we have. Long before cities or farm humans learned to use fire regularly, though exactly when that began is still debated. Controlled fire use appears in archaeological evidence hundreds of thousands of years ago, with sites such as Wonderwerk Cave in South Africa often discussed as important early evidence. The simple fact is this: by the time Homo sapiens spread widely across the world, fire was already one of humanity's most important companions. You settle near the edge of the warmth. The ground here is dry and lightly dusted with ash. A few stones are arranged round the burning wood. Some are cracked from heat. One has black marks from many fires before this one. The smoke smells sharp at first, then familiar. It clings to your hair and clothing. It stings your eyes just enough to remind you that ancient comfort still came with ancient inconvenience. Someone lays a strip of meat near the coals, not directly in the flames. It darkens slowly. Fat begins to shine. A soft hiss rises when juice touches hot stone. Nearby, a handful of roots rests in the ashes, covered and left to soften. Cooking changes food. It makes some plants safer, some meat easier to chew, and many meals easier to digest. It also changes the evening itself, because a cooked meal asks people to wait together. Waiting can become conversation. You listen as voices move around the fire. Some words are quick and practical, others stretch longer, softer, shaped by memory. A young person points toward the river, perhaps describing the tracks seen in the mud. An older man corrects something with a calm gesture. A woman laughs without trying to hide it, and the child beside her laughs too, though maybe not for the same reason. Human laughter is wonderfully ancient and also wonderfully contagious, even when you do not understand the joke. The firelight makes everyone look half solid, half dream. Faces glow and disappear. Hands flash orange as they pass tools, food, grass, bone, wood. A person scrapes a hide with steady movements. Another twists plant fibers into cord. A small child still learning the sacred art of not poking. Everything reaches toward a glowing stick and is gently pulled back. Some lessons require no lecture. A warning sound, a firm hand, and a slightly offended toddler can carry the message well enough. Here fire is technology, but it is also social space. Modern people often separate those things. Technology lives in pockets, on desks, in humming machines, in chargers that vanish exactly when needed. But in this older world, a major technology sits in the middle of everyone. It must be fed. It must be protected from rain. It must be watched when children crawl near it. It must be carried as ember or remade with skill. Its usefulness depends not only on invention, but on cooperation. A lesser-known tidbit sits quietly in the ashes. Archaeologists can sometimes identify ancient hearths from reddened soil, charcoal-burned, bone-heated stones, and microscopic ash traces. Even when everything else has vanished, a fire can leave a shadow in the ground. That means a small prehistoric evening, perhaps one that felt ordinary, to the people living it may survive for tens of thousands of years as a dark stain in earth. It is a very humble kind of immortality. You watch someone lift a warm stone with a forked stick. The stone is placed into a skin-lined pit or container, where it may heat water or help cook food without pottery. Stone boiling, as it is sometimes called, is a clever method used by many later hunter-gatherer groups, and some archaeologists wonder how far back similar techniques might go. Researchers still debate the full range of early cooking methods because fire does not always leave clear instructions. A burned stone says something happened. It does not politely explain the recipe. The smell of food grows richer. Your stomach notices because stomachs are historians of their own kind. The roasting meat carries a deep smoky scent. The roots have an earthy sweetness. Someone cracks a bone with careful force to reach the marrow inside. No one wastes much. Fat marrow hide, sinew bone shell plant, fibre wood, stone ash, all may be useful. Trash exists certainly, but the line between rubbish and resource is thinner here than in a modern home, where someone can throw away a perfectly good jar because the lid has become spiritually incompatible. You look beyond the fire. The edge of camp seems farther away now because the light creates a room without walls. Outside that circle, trees and grasses dim into shadow. Inside, people become visible to one another. This matters. Fire extends the day. It allows work and talk after sunset. Some researchers have suggested that evening firelight may have encouraged longer social conversations, storytelling, planning, and teaching. Others are more cautious, noting that evidence for ancient speech and story is difficult to pin down. Scholars remain divided on how directly fire shaped the growth of language and imagination, though it is hard to sit beside these flames and not feel that stories belong here. You imagine the night later. The sky will darken. The river will disappear into sound. The fire will brighten in contrast. Someone may tell a remembered event where the herd crossed last season, how the storm came from the west, how a foolish cousin once mistook one plant for another and spent the afternoon regretting it. Gentle sarcasm is not modern. Surely someone in the deep past knew how to raise an eyebrow. Information can be wrapped in humour. Stories help people remember danger routes, animals, kinship and rules. A story about a careless child near water teaches children without terrifying them every waking moment. A story about a generous hunter reinforces sharing. A story about a strange light in the sky may become memory-warning wonder or all three. Before writing, memory has to live in people. It must be repeated, sung-acted, joked about and carried. The fire cracks. A small spark lands near your foot, fades and becomes nothing. Heat touches your shins. Cool air rests against your back. The contrast is pleasant, almost hypnotic. You begin to understand why fire remains soothing even now. A modern fireplace, a candle, a campfire on a weekend trip, they all borrow something from this ancient circle. We may live with electric lights and central heating, but a flame still asks us to slow down and stare into it, as if some old part of the mind recognizes home. Someone hands food across the circle. It is not served on plates and no one complains about presentation. The portion is small but warm. Steam rises into the cool air. You smell smoke, fat root ash and skin. You hear chewing, quiet talk, the soft scrape of stone on bone. No metal rings, no ceramic clinks. No refrigerator door opens for one more little snack. The meal belongs entirely to this place. As the sun begins to lean westward, tasks continue around the fire. A tool is repaired. A child's hair is checked for insects. A hide is shifted closer to the smoke. Embers are separated perhaps to keep one part of the fire alive while another burns hotter. Someone adds dry bark. Someone else gathers more fuel from just beyond camp, returning with arms full of sticks, and the expression of a person who already knows they will have to do it again later. Fire is wonderful, yes, but it is also needy. Like a houseplant with flames. You sit very still. In this moment before civilization, the world feels both fragile and deeply practiced. A strong rain could make everything harder. A poor hunting season could bring hunger. A careless burn could injure. But the people around you are not helpless. They carry solutions in habit, memory and cooperation. They tend flame because flame tends them back. The fire lowers slightly. Ash gathers at its base. A glowing branch collapses inward with a soft sigh. Smoke drifts toward the trees, carrying the scent of the camp into the open air. The people keep working, eating, speaking, listening. Their faces remain warm in the light. You feel sleepiness somewhere in the body, though the day is not done. It comes from warmth after cold food, after walking, and the steady rhythm of human voices. The fire does not explain itself. It simply burns. And around it, before villages, before walls, before written history, humans make a small island of light in the dark. You leave the warmth of the fire behind, though not entirely. A faint trace of smoke follows you as you move with a small group away from camp into the softer light of late morning. The air's warm just enough to feel pleasant on your skin. Dew still clings to low plants, brushing your legs as you walk. The ground shifts from packed earth to scattered leaves, then to patches of grass that whisper quietly underfoot. This is not a hurried journey. Foraging does not begin with urgency. It begins with attention. You slow your pace almost without realizing it, matching the rhythm of those around you. No one rushes ahead. No one lags too far behind. The group spread slightly, each person scanning the ground, the shrubs, the trees, the subtle changes in colour and texture that might mean food medicine or something better left alone. Archaeological and ethnographic evidence shows that foraging societies relied heavily on plant foods, often making up a significant portion of daily calories. While hunting tends to capture modern imagination, gathering was steady, reliable, and deeply skilled work. It required memory timing and a quiet familiarity with the land that cannot be rushed or easily taught in a single afternoon. You notice how often people pause. A woman kneels beside a cluster of low plants. She touches the leaves, rubs one between her fingers, then smells it. Another person joins her, nods slightly, and begins to dig carefully at the base with a pointed stick. The soil is loosened slowly, revealing a thick root beneath. It is not pulled out carelessly. Instead, it is eased from the earth, preserving as much of it as possible. Nothing here is random. Every plant has a season. Every root has a moment when it is worth the effort. Gather too early and it is small or bitter. Too late and it may be tough, woody, or already eaten by something else. Knowledge like this lives in memory, passed from one person to another, shaped by years of watching and trying. You crouch beside them. The root is brushed clean with a handful of grass. Its surface is rough, slightly damp pale beneath the soil. It will need cooking, most likely. Many wild plants require preparation to become edible. Some must be roasted, others soaked, others crushed. A few are best avoided entirely unless you enjoy very short and educational experiences with poisoning. A small but fascinating detail emerges as you watch. Some plants leave almost no trace in the archaeological record. Soft fruits, leaves, and many roots decay quickly, leaving little behind for future discovery. This means that much of prehistoric diet is invisible to us. We see bones, shells, and seeds more easily, but the full range of plant foods remains partly hidden. Researchers piece together clues from pollen residues and microscopic plant remains, but the picture is never complete. You move on. The group spreads again, drifting through a patch of shrubs heavy with small berries. The colour is subtle, not the bright polished look of supermarket fruit. Some are deep red, others dark blue, a few still green. A child reaches eagerly, but an older hand gently stops them. Not yet. The plant is checked. A berry is tasted cautiously. The adult nods, and only then does gathering begin. There is a quiet order to this. People do not simply grab what they see. They test, observe, confirm. Mistakes here carry consequences. Over time, the group builds a shared understanding of what is safe, what is useful, and what is better admired from a distance. You pick one yourself. The skin is slightly firm. The taste is sharp at first, then sweet, then something earthy you cannot quite name. It is not perfect. It is not consistent. But it is alive in a way that feels immediate. You chew slowly, aware that food here is not background noise. It is part of the experience of being alive. Nearby, someone gathers seeds from tall grasses. They shake the heads gently into a container, catching what falls. Seeds are small, but they add up. Over time, repeated gathering of grasses like these may have contributed to early human familiarity with plants that would later become crops. Evidence points to people collecting and processing wild grains long before formal agriculture began, though exactly how this transition unfolded remains a subject of ongoing research. You watch the seeds fall like tiny grains of sand. It is easy to imagine how over generations someone might notice that seeds dropped near camp sometimes grow, that certain areas produce more than others, that returning to the same place brings predictable results. These small observations, repeated over long stretches of time, may have quietly shaped the path toward farming. Though no one here is thinking about fields, fences, or harvest festivals. For now it is simply gathering. A soft breeze moves through the trees, leaves flicker in the light. Insects hum lazily. The sun filters through branches, creating shifting patterns on the ground. You feel warmth on your shoulders, cool shade on your arms, the steady rhythm of walking and stopping, bending and rising. You begin to understand something subtle. This work is physical, yes, but it is also calm. There's no constant urgency. There are moments of stillness, of quiet observation, of simply being present in the landscape. Modern life often fills every gap with noise or distraction. Here silence is not empty. It is full of information. A little distance away, someone calls softly. The group gathers near a fallen tree. Beneath it mushrooms have grown in the damp shade. They are examined carefully. One is cut and inspected. Another is left untouched. Knowledge of fungi is complex and sometimes dangerous. Even today, people debate how extensively prehistoric groups relied on mushrooms, as clear evidence is limited. Some researchers suggest they were used selectively, while others believe they may have played a larger role than we can currently prove. The chosen mushrooms are collected. They are placed gently into a woven container. Their surfaces are cool and slightly spongy. You resist the urge to poke them too much, sensing that this is one of those moments where curiosity should be balanced with respect. The group begins to turn back. Containers are not full, but they are not empty either. Foraging is not about taking everything, it is about taking enough. Leaving some ensures that plants return, that animals continue to feed, that the landscape remains familiar and reliable. This balance is not always perfect, but it is deeply practiced. As you walk, you notice small details you might have missed before. The way sunlight catches on a spider's web stretched between branches. The faint scent of crushed leaves underfoot. The distant call of a bird you cannot see. The texture of bark against your fingers as you steady yourself on a slope. These details matter. They are not decoration. They are part of how people understand their world. A broken web might mean something passed through recently. A sudden silence in birds might signal movement. A change in smell might suggest water decay, or something less pleasant. You return to the edge of camp. The fire is still there, steady and patient. Smoke rises in a thin line. Those who remained behind look up as you approach. There's no applause, no announcement, just a quiet recognition that the group has returned with food, with knowledge, with another small success in the ongoing work of living. You set down what you have gathered. The roots, berries, seeds and mushrooms join other small piles. They will be sorted, prepared, shared. Some will be eaten soon, some may be saved for later if conditions allow. Storage is limited but not impossible. People find ways to dry smoke or protect food when they can. You sit again near the fire. Your hands smell of earth and plant. Your legs feel pleasantly tired. The warmth touches your skin once more. Around you the camp continues its quiet rhythm, shaped by the land, the season, and the steady accumulation of small, careful acts. And as you settle, you realize that this way of life, though unfamiliar in its details, carries a kind of balance that feels almost instinctive. Not easy, not simple, but deeply attentively human. The afternoon light grows softer as you follow a narrow trail away from camp. It is not a trail in the modern sense. No one has cleared it, named it, mapped it, or argued online about whether it is beginner-friendly. It is simply a path made by repeated movement, human feet, animal hooves, dragging branches, seasonal habit. The grass lies slightly flatter here. The soil is pressed in places. A few shrubs bend away as if remembering those who passed before. You walk behind 2 adults and an older child, keeping your steps careful. The ground is dry in patches, damp in others. Every surface tells a different story. Mud holds shape. Sand forgets quickly. Leaves hide and reveal at the same time. The people ahead of you do not stare straight forward. Their eyes move constantly from ground to branches, from broken stems to distant slopes, from shadows to sound. Tracking is not only about footprints. It is about noticing disturbance. A bent reed, a fresh scrape on bark, dropping still moist from the morning, a feather caught on thorn, a patch of dust brushed aside by a passing body. Evidence can be tiny, and here tiny things are not dismissed. They may mean food danger weather, or simply the presence of another life moving nearby. Studies of hunter-gatherer societies show that tracking can involve astonishingly detailed knowledge of animal behavior, landscape, and time. Skilled trackers can often identify species direction speed, and even whether an animal is injured or relaxed. This is not guesswork dressed up as wisdom. It is close observation practiced over years, sharpened by need and corrected by the land itself. You pause near a patch of mud beside a shallow stream. One of the adults crouches and points. You see a print, but at first it is only a dent. Then your eyes adjust. 2 narrow marks at the front, a deeper press at the back. The edges are crisp where the mud has not yet slumped. The animal passed recently. The tracker touches the ground lightly, then lifts their fingers. Moisture shines on the skin. They look toward a stand of trees. The older child leans closer, studying with the seriousness of someone being trusted with real knowledge. No one gives a long lecture. A few words, a gesture, a correction. Learning happens in fragments repeated until the body understands. A quieter detail sits in this moment. Some indigenous tracking traditions documented in recent centuries describe not only identifying an animal, but reading its mood from the track pattern. A calm animal moves differently from one that is fleeing. A grazing animal pauses. A wounded animal favours one side. Although we must be careful not to project every recent practice directly into deep prehistory, it reminds us how subtle human observation can become when survival depends on it. You move on. The stream makes a soft ticking sound over stones. Midges hover in a pale cloud. A bird bursts suddenly from the reeds, making your heart jump in an undignified but historically understandable way. The adults glance up, then relax. The bird is noted but not feared. A few steps later, the tracker stops again. This time there is no clear print. Instead, grass blades have been pressed in one direction. A twig has snapped and the broken end is pale, fresh, still moist. The person ahead examines it, then looks toward a patch of low trees. You try to see what they see. At first nothing. Then slowly the landscape seems to open. A faint rote appears through the plants. Something passed this way. You realise how little modern walking asks of you. A sidewalk is blunt. A road is obvious. A GPS tells you where to go in a voice that sounds calm even when you're making terrible choices. But here the world does not announce itself. You must listen with your eyes. There is ongoing discussion among archaeologists about how much tracking shaped early human thinking. Some suggest that following animals encourage planning, imagination, and the ability to reconstruct unseen events from signs. Others caution that this is difficult to prove directly from ancient remains. Still, as you watch these people read marks in mud and grass, it is easy to feel that tracking is a kind of storytelling. The animal is gone, yet its passage remains, and the mind fills the space between clues. You kneel beside another print. This one is older. Its edges have softened. A small insect has crossed it, leaving tiny lines. A leaf has fallen partly inside. The print no longer belongs to the present morning. It belongs to yesterday or the day before. Time has entered the ground. The tracker points first to the fresh print, then to the older one. The child nods. You understand the lesson without words. Not all signs are equal. A mark has an age, a track has a season. The earth is not just a surface. It is a clock, though not the sort you can hang in a kitchen and ignore. The group continues up a slope. The soil becomes stonier. Prints fade. Now the trackers rely on other signs, disturbed pebbles, a smear of dust, a tuft of hair caught on rough bark. You almost miss the hair entirely. One adult plucks it free and holds it to the light. It is coarse, dark, slightly curled. They rub it between fingers, then smell it. The gesture feels intimate, like reading a message left by another creature. A smell drifts through the air. Warm animal scent. Damp leaves. Earth turned by hooves. The wind shifts and the tracker lifts a hand. Everyone slows. The older child stops at once. You do too after one extra awkward step that would probably get you assigned to berry duty for a week. Head the trees thicken. No one charges forward. Hunting when it happens often depends on patience more than speed. Early humans used many strategies across different environments: ambush persistence traps, cooperative drives, scavenging fishing, and opportunistic capture of small animals. The popular image of prehistoric people only chasing giant beasts with spears is too narrow. Most days were likely more practical than cinematic. You wait. The silence deepens. A fly lands on your wrist. You resist slapping it because this seems like a bad time to introduce modern impatience. Leaves shift. Somewhere ahead, an animal moves hidden by brush. You hear a low crunch, then stillness. The tracker lowers their hand. The group changes direction slightly, not toward the sound, but around it. Perhaps the wind is wrong. Perhaps the animal is not worth the effort. Perhaps there are young nearby and risk is unnecessary. You do not know and no one explains. The decision is made lightly, almost invisibly. This is another lesson. Knowing when not to act is knowledge too. As you circle back toward lower ground, you notice footprints made by your own group. They overlap with older tracks, bending grass, pressing mud. You are not outside the story. You're leaving signs as well. If someone came behind you, they could read your passage, your speed, your hesitation near the stream, perhaps even your little stumble, where the root caught your foot. Very dignified, deeply ancestral, still a stumble. The sun leans lower now. Warm light touches the tops of grasses. Shadows lengthen behind stones. The air smells dry and golden. Bird call from the trees in short notes. The tracker pauses once more and turns a broken twig upright, perhaps marking something to remember, perhaps simply clearing it from the path. Small actions like this blur the line between movement and memory. You begin to feel tired in a calm way. Tracking asks for attention without drama. It pulls you into the present. Your breathing slows. Your eyes soften but remain alert. Each mark becomes part of a wider pattern. The land is not empty space between destinations. It is a page that changes every hour. By the time camp smoke appears faintly through the trees, you have learned very little by modern classroom standards, and yet your body feels full of information. Mudgrass hair, sound, wind scent. A whole library without shelves. The fire waits ahead. The group returns with no animal, no grand success to display, no heroic tale shouted into the evening. But they bring knowledge. They know what passed near the stream. They know which direction the herd may take. They know where fresh signs appeared and where older ones faded. Tomorrow or the next day, that may matter. You step back into the circle of familiar smoke and low voices. The ancient world has not revealed itself all at once. It never does. It offers one print, one feather, one snapped twig at a time, and before civilization learning to notice those small things, may have been one of the quiet arts that kept people alive. Back at camp, the afternoon settles into a hush of work. The fire is lower now, no longer reaching eagerly upward, but glowing steadily beneath a skin of ash. Smoke drifts sideways in the light breeze. The smell of cooked roots lingers in the air, mixed with damp hide, warm stone, and the faint green scent of broken reeds. People sit in loose clusters, not idle, not hurried. Hands are busy, voices are soft. You follow the sound of tapping. It comes from a man seated near a flat stone, his legs folded beneath him, his focus narrowed to the object in his hands. He holds a dark piece of flint or chert against another stone. He turns it carefully, looking for the right angle. Then he strikes. A sharp crack breaks the quiet. A thin flake leaps away and lands in the dust. It shines along one edge clean and bright, newly born from the stone. The sound is small but decisive, like ice splitting on a winter pond. The maker does not smile, does not announce success. He simply picks up the flake, tests its edge against a scrap of hide, and places it beside several others. This is tool making, and it is one of the clearest traces prehistoric people left behind. Stone tools survive when wood leather baskets and voices disappear. Archaeologists have found stone tools made by human ancestors going back millions of years long before Homo sapiens. By the time modern humans spread across many landscapes, stone technology had become varied, refined, and deeply practical. You sit nearby and watch. The stone is not beaten randomly. Each strike depends on shape force and imagination. The maker seems to see the tool before it appears. He studies ridges, curves, thickness, flaws. Then he removes flakes in a sequence, shaping the core little by little. To someone unfamiliar with the craft, it might look like breaking rocks. To a skilled napper, it is more like listening to what the stone is willing to become. A lesser-known detail is that some prehistoric tools were so carefully made that the process likely required teaching, not just imitation. Complex stoneworking can involve planning several steps ahead. If you strike the wrong place early, the whole piece may be ruined. So beside the maker sits a younger person watching closely, learning not through a written manual, because prehistoric customer support was limited, but through patience, correction, and many small failures. Another strike. This flake is longer. Its edge is sharp enough to cut skin. You feel a slight shiver imagining how useful such a thing would be in a world without metal. With a stone flake, people can cut meat, scrape hides, shape wood, carve bone, prepare plant fibers and make other tools. One tool leads to another, and that is where technology quietly multiplies. Near the fire, a woman works with bone. She holds a slender piece taken from an animal and scrapes it smooth with stone. The motion is rhythmic. Scrape, turn, inspect, scrape, turn, inspect. Small curls of pale material collect near her knee. The bone slowly becomes pointed, polished, intentional. It might become an awl for piercing hide, a needle, a pointer pin, or something so ordinary that later archaeologists will argue about it politely for decades. Bone and antler tools matter because they remind us that prehistoric technology was not only stone. Much of daily life depended on materials that rarely survive. Wood, bark, sinew, grasses, feathers, skins, and plant fibers may have been everywhere in ancient camps, but time is unkind to soft things. What we find is only part of what existed. There is continuing debate about how much of prehistoric material culture has been lost. Some researchers argue that stone tools give us only a narrow window into a much richer world of perishable objects. Others focus on the detailed information stone tools still provide, from movement patterns to trade networks to skill levels. Both views matter. The stones are precious, but they are not the whole room. You glance around and begin to see tools everywhere. A digging stick leans against a branch, its point hardened by fire. A scraper rests beside a hide stretched over a log. A cord made from twisted plant fibre lies coiled near a bundle of reeds. A shell worn smooth at one edge may have been used as a scoop or ornament. A flat grinding stone has faint stains where seeds or pigments were crushed. The camp is full of small inventions, each one answering a problem. The air fills with delicate sounds. Tap of stone, scratch of bone, soft pull of fibre, crackle of ash. A child hums while trying to twist two strands of grass together. The first attempt loosens, the second snaps. The third holds for a moment before falling apart in a sad little spiral. An older child laughs softly, then demonstrates. Not mockery, not quite. More like the ancient version of, "Here, watch this, you're making it weird." You pick up a finished flake. It is lighter than you expected. The edge catches the light. When you touch it carefully, it feels almost glassy. You imagine cutting hide with it, slicing through sinew, shaving wood into a point. The tool is simple only in appearance. Behind it lies knowledge of where to find the right stone, how to carry it, how to strike it, how to use it, when to resharpen it, and when to discard it. Even discarded tools are informative. Archaeologists study flakes left behind from toolmaking called debitage to reconstruct how tools were produced. The waste pieces can reveal skill technique and even whether tools were made quickly for immediate use or carefully prepared in advance. Ancient rubbish, again, proves useful, which should make all of us look at our kitchen junk drawer with slightly more respect. A little farther away, two people work with wood. One holds a straight branch over heat, turning it slowly. Another scrapes away bark. The smell of warm wood rises sweet and smoky. Fire can help harden points, bend shafts, and dry materials. Wooden spears and digging sticks may have been common, though they rarely survive unless preserved in wet, dry, or frozen conditions. The absence of wood in many ancient sites does not mean the absence of wooden tools. It means decay has eaten the evidence. You remember the tracker's careful gaze from earlier. A stone point is not just an object. It belongs to a chain of activities: finding stone, making a tool, attaching it to wood, with resin or sinew, carrying it across the landscape, using it, repairing it, perhaps losing it near a stream where someone like you might later stare at it in a museum case under polite lighting. But here it has not become museum history. It is still warm from human hands. The maker lifts a finished piece and passes it to another adult. They test its balance nod and set it beside a wooden shaft. Binding begins, sinew is pulled tight, plant fibre is wrapped, resin or sticky natural glue may be warmed near the fire. The joining of materials is its own quiet magic. Stone alone cuts, wood alone reaches, fibre alone ties. Together they become something more. Some archaeological finds show that prehistoric people used adhesives made from natural substances such as birch tar, plant gums, or resins. Producing some of these glues may have required controlled heating and careful preparation. Interpretations differ over how widespread and complex early adhesive production was, but the evidence suggests that ancient people were not merely picking up sharp rocks. They were engineering with the materials around them. Evening begins to gather in the distance. The light turns honey-coloured. Shadows lengthen across the ground. The work continues but slowly, with the calm concentration of people who know that tools made well today may matter tomorrow. A badly shaped scraper means more effort. A weak binding may fail at the wrong moment. A dull edge makes work harder for everyone. You feel the texture of this world changing in your mind. Before civilization, people did not have factory shops or written instructions. But they had craft. They had standards. They had preferences. Someone was probably known for making excellent points. Someone else perhaps made cords that never slipped. Someone may have been quietly famous for ruining perfectly good stone and insisting it was the stone's fault. The fire pops softly. A child finally manages to twist a short length of fibre that holds. They lift it with shy pride. An adult reaches over, tugs it gently, then nods approval. The child smiles and immediately tries again. You look down at the small flake in your palm. It is not grand. It does not shine with gold or carry a king's name. Yet it belongs to one of the oldest human traditions shaping the world by hand, solving problems with patience, passing knowledge from one generation to the next. Around you the camp glows in fading light. Stone, bone, wood, fibre, hide, smoke and human attention come together quietly. There are no blueprints, no shelves of supplies, no hardware store where someone can wander in and forget what they came for. There is only the land, the group, the memory of what works, and the steady hands that make tomorrow a little more possible. As the light continues to soften, your attention drifts away from the tools and toward the edges of the camp. It is easy to miss at first because there are no walls, no doors, no obvious boundary between inside and outside. And yet as you look more closely, you begin to sense where the living space gently forms, not through construction as you might expect, but through repetition, placement and habit. This is shelter before houses existed. You walk toward a cluster of branches arranged low to the ground. They lean against one another in a rough arc, their ends pressed into the soil, their tops meeting loosely. Over them hides have been draped, stitched together in places weighted with stones at the edges. The structure is not tall, you would need to bend to enter, but inside the air feels still warmer, protected from the breeze. Temporary but not careless, evidence from archaeological sites suggests that early humans built a wide range of shelters depending on their environment. In open grasslands they may have used wood frames covered with hides or brush. In colder regions, mammoth bones and skins were sometimes used to create more substantial dwellings. In forested areas, branches and leaves could form quick, effective cover. And of course, caves and rock overhangs offered natural shelter when available. You step closer to the entrance. The ground here is smoother, pressed flat by repeated use. A faint smell of hide and earth lingers. Inside you can see where someone has arranged grasses or soft material for sleeping. It is not luxurious by modern standards, but it is intentional. The wind is reduced. The warmth from bodies and nearby fire can be held a little longer. A detail that often goes unnoticed is how flexible these shelters likely were. Unlike modern homes which demand permanence and mortgages and occasional arguments about furniture placement, these structures could be built, abandoned, repaired, or moved as needed. If the group followed animals or seasonal plants, their homes followed too. The idea of a fixed address simply did not apply. You imagine explaining rent to someone here. It would be a very confusing conversation. You move past the shelter and toward a large rock outcrop nearby. Its surface is rough, darkened in places by soot. Beneath the overhang, the ground is dry. This space feels different, more enclosed, more stable. It holds sound differently. A quiet voice here carries just a little farther. You notice faint marks on the rock, scratches perhaps, or stains from long ago fires. Sites like these often preserve some of the clearest evidence of prehistoric life. Caves and rock shelters can protect remains from weather animals and time. Layers of ash tools, bones, and other traces build up, slowly forming a record that archaeologists can study. Each layer represents a different moment, a different group, a different return to the same place. Which raises an interesting thought. Some locations were not used once and forgotten. They were visited again and again across generations. A good shelter, a reliable water source, a rich hunting ground. These places became familiar even without names written down. People returned because the land remembered them, and they remembered the land. There is still discussion about how attached prehistoric groups were to specific places. Some researchers suggest that mobility was constant and wide-ranging. Others point to evidence of repeated occupation suggesting that certain areas held lasting importance. The truth likely varies depending on environment, climate, and the needs of each group. Not every place was home, but some places clearly mattered more than others. You run your hand along the rock. It feels cool, slightly damp in the deeper shadows. You imagine nights spent here listening to rain, tapping above, feeling wind pass harmlessly outside. You imagine the comfort of knowing that this particular spot offers protection, that it has done so before, and likely will again. Behind you, the camp continues its quiet activity. Smoke drifts. Voices rise and fall. A child calls out, then laughs. The rhythm of daily life does not stop simply because you are thinking deeply about ancient architecture. You return toward the open area near the fire. Now that you're looking for it, you notice more subtle signs of organization. Tools tend to rest in certain places. Food preparation happens near the warmth, but not too close. Sleeping areas are slightly removed from the busiest parts of camp. Waste is kept at a distance. These patterns are not random. They reflect habits built over time, shaped by comfort, safety, and efficiency. Even without walls, there is structure. A small but telling clue comes from the arrangement of hearths and living spaces in some archaeological sites. Researchers have found evidence that certain areas were used consistently for specific tasks such as tool making, cooking, or sleeping. This suggests that even early camps were organised in ways that made daily life smoother. You sit near one of the shelters, again this time paying attention to the materials. The branches are not all the same. Some are flexible, bent into shape. Others are sturdier, forming the frame. The hides are thick in places, thinner in others. Stones hold edges down against wind. Everything has been chosen, not randomly gathered. There is thought here, even if it is not spoken aloud. You touch the hide gently. It is rough, slightly stiff, carrying the faint scent of animal and smoke. It would keep out wind-hold in warmth, perhaps shed light rain. It is not perfect, but perfection is not the goal. Function is. You notice how low the structure is. This is not a place to stand tall. It is a place to rest, to sleep, to wait out weather. Smaller spaces are easier to warm. They require fewer materials. They can be built quickly. Efficiency matters when time and energy are limited. The sun dips lower. Light stretches across the ground in long golden lines. The edges of the shelters glow briefly, then fade into shadow. The air cools again, just slightly, reminding you that evening's approaching. You think about modern homes for a moment. Walls insulation, glass windows, electric lights, locks on doors, all designed to create separation from the outside world. Here there is no complete separation. Shelter softens the environment, but does not remove it. You still hear the wind. You still feel the temperature shift. You still smell the earth. And perhaps that closeness is part of the design. Before civilization, shelter was not about controlling nature completely. It was about negotiating with it. Finding balance. Taking just enough protection to rest without losing awareness of the world beyond. A breeze moves through the camp. It brushes against the shelters, lifts the edges of hides, slightly carries the scent of smoke and grass. Nothing collapses. Nothing panics. The structures hold because they were built with that movement in mind. You sit quietly for a moment longer. The camp, the shelters, the rock overhang, the open sky, all part of the same living space. No strict boundaries, no rigid lines, just a gentle shaping of environment into something livable. And as the fire begins to glow brighter again against the coming dusk, you realize that home in this world is not a place you lock and leave. It is something you build, use, carry, and remember. The evening air cools against your skin, and suddenly clothing becomes much easier to understand. Not fashion, not style, not the little modern ritual of standing in front of a closet and deciding you own nothing suitable. Here clothing begins with weather. It begins with wind across bare arms, damp ground underfoot, and the long hours between sunset and morning. It begins with the body asking very politely at first not to freeze. You stand near the fire while someone shakes out a hide. It is large, heavy, and smoky from use. The outer side is rougher, marked by old scars from the animal's life. The inner side is softer, though not soft in the way modern fabric is soft. It has texture. It holds warmth. It smells faintly of smoke, fat earth, and the long work of scraping and drying. Before woven cloth became common, humans likely relied on animal skins, furs, plant fibers, bark, grasses, and other natural materials for covering warmth, carrying, and shelter. Clothing does not preserve well in most archaeological settings, so the earliest garments are difficult to trace directly. But evidence from tools, needles, climate needs, and later preserved finds tells us that people were making fitted coverings long before cities appeared. You watch a woman sit with a hide across her knees. She holds a pointed bone tool polished from use. Beside her lies a thin cord, perhaps sinew, perhaps plant fibre twisted and prepared earlier in the day. She pushes the point through the hide with firm pressure, not rushing. The hole opens, the cord follows. Her fingers move with practiced patience. This is sewing before cloth. The motion is familiar even if the materials are ancient. Pierce, pull, tighten. Pierce, pull, tighten. The firelight catches the movement of her hands. A child watches from nearby, leaning so close that an older person gently nudges them back. because curiosity is wonderful, but a sharp awl in the thigh is less wonderful. One easily overlooked clue to early clothing comes from bone needles found at prehistoric sites. Some of these tools are tens of thousands of years old and suggest that people were making more fitted garments, not simply wrapping themselves in loose skins. In cold Ice Age environments, fitted clothing would have been especially important because gaps let heat escape. A loose hide can help, but sleeves, seams and layered coverings are much better when the wind has personal ambitions. You touch a piece of worked hide. It is surprisingly flexible in some places, stiff in others. The edge has been scraped thin. Small holes run in a careful line. This work takes time. First the animal must be skinned, then the hide must be cleaned, stretched, scraped, softened, sometimes smoked, sometimes treated with fats or other materials. A garment is not simply found. It is made through many steps, each one easy to spoil. Around you clothing varies. One person wears a fur draped over the shoulders tied with cord. Another has strips of hide wrapped around the lower legs. A child wears something patched and uneven, as children throughout history have always seemed to inherit the practical version of elegance. Some coverings are plain, others may carry beads, shells, pigments, or decorative cuts. Warmth is necessary, but human beings rarely stop at necessary. That detail matters. Even in very old contexts, people used ornaments. Shell beads pierced teeth. Coloured pigments and carved objects show that appearance, identity, and belonging mattered long before written records. A necklace or a decorated garment might mark age, skill, kinship, partnership, memory, or simply personal taste. The exact meaning is often beyond recovery, but the impulse to adorn the body is deeply human. There is no universal agreement about when clothing first appeared. Direct evidence is scarce because leather and fibre decay. Some scientists have looked at the evolution of body lice which live in clothing to estimate when humans began regularly wearing garments. Those studies have suggested dates possibly reaching back tens of thousands of years or more, though the timing is still uncertain and depends on methods that not everyone interprets the same way. The evidence leaves room for discussion, which is a polite way of saying that ancient laundry has become scientifically complicated. The fire crackles. Someone lifts a warmed hide and wraps it around their shoulders. The person exhales slowly, shoulders dropping as warmth settles in. You recognize the gesture immediately. It is the same human relief as pulling on a blanket, zipping a coat, or finding socks on a cold floor. You step away from the fire for a moment. The difference is immediate. Cool air slides over your arms. The smoke smell thins. The night opens around you. You imagine crossing a cold plain without proper covering, sleeping under wind, carrying a child through sleet, waiting for dawn with numb fingers. Clothing in this world is not accessory. It is survival worn close to the skin. Back near the shelter, a bundle of plant fibres lies ready to be twisted. Not all covering comes from animals. In warmer environments, people may have used woven grasses, bark, cloth leaves, and plant cords. These materials vanish easily, but impressions in clay preserved fragments in dry caves, and later ethnographic examples show how skilled humans can be with fibre. Baskets, nets, bags, mats, sandals, straps, and cords may once have filled prehistoric life far more than the surviving record suggests. A young person works the fibres between their palms. The strands twist together, then tighten. The hands move back and forth, rolling, pulling, smoothing. The cord lengthens slowly. This simple thing, a cord, is one of the great inventions that rarely gets applause. With cord you can tie a shelter, carry food, bind a tool, hang a container, repair clothing, make a net, secure a baby sling, or bundle firewood. Civilization may later build monuments, but someone first had to master string. A small laugh rises from across the camp. Someone is trying to fit a hide covering around a child who clearly has strong opinions about the process. The child wriggles. The adult adjusts. The child wriggles again, ancient proof that dressing children has never been a peaceful profession. Eventually the garment settles, the child gives in, and everyone nearby returns to work with the quiet satisfaction of a battle gently won. You notice patches. A tear has been repaired with a different piece of hide. Another seam has been reinforced. Edges show wear from movement. Clothing here carries biography. It remembers cold mornings, wet grass, smoke, sleep, carrying running, kneeling and repair. Nothing is tossed away because it is no longer new. It is maintained until it cannot serve. Modern clothing often hides labour. You buy a shirt, remove a tag, wear it without thinking much about the hands and machines behind it. Here every covering reveals effort. You can see the scraping marks. You can feel the stitching. You can smell smoke used to preserve or soften. The garment is connected to animal maker, fire weather and wearer. Night gathers more fully. The firelight turns amber. Shadows deepen beneath the shelters. People pull coverings closer around their shoulders. Hides rustle. Fibres creak softly. A bead taps against bone with a faint clicking sound. Somewhere a child yawns into fur. You sit with the group and feel warmth return. The clothing around you is not primitive in the dismissive sense. It is intelligent. It answers climate, movement, storage, repair, identity and comfort. It allows people to travel into colder places to sleep more safely, to carry infants, to protect feet, to work with their hands in biting air. Without clothing, human expansion into many environments would have been far harder. The woman sewing by the fire pulls the final stitch tight. She lifts the hide, checks the seam and runs her thumb along the edge. The work is simple to look at, difficult to do well. She folds it and places it beside her, ready for use when the night grows colder. You feel the air cooling again. This time it does not seem threatening. Around the fire, people draw warmth from flame shelter, body heat, and the coverings they have made from the world around them. Before cloth, before looms, before shops and buttons and lost laundry, humans wrap themselves in patient skill and memory. And as the night settles gently over the camp, the hides breathe smoke, the fibres hold tight, and the ancient human body rests beneath the oldest kind of comfort. By the time morning returns, the camp is already awake in small pieces, not all at once, never like a modern alarm cutting through sleep with the emotional subtlety of a falling pot. Here people wake gradually. Someone coughs near the ashes, someone turns beneath a hide. A child murmurs in sleep, then opens one eye, notices the world still exists and closes it again for one last brave attempt at laziness. The fire is being coaxed back to life. Cold air rests low over the ground. Smoke rises in a thin grey thread. The shelters hold the last warmth of night while outside grass glitters faintly with dew. You sit up and see children already moving near the edge of the camp, wrapped in small hides, hair-tangled faces serious in the way children become serious when they are doing something that adults might interrupt. They are playing, at least it looks like play at first. One child holds a small stick like a spear and creeps dramatically towards a stump. Another crouches behind a branch pretending to be an animal with deeply unconvincing stealth. A third child gathers pebbles and places them in a careful circle, copying the arrangement of stones around the fire. Their voices are low but excited. Their movements echo the adults tracking, throwing, gathering, building, watching. This is how learning begins. In many hunter-gatherer societies known from recent history, children learned through observation, imitation, play, and gradual participation rather than formal schooling. That does not mean childhood was carefree in the modern sense, but it does suggest that learning was woven into daily life. Skills were absorbed by being near work, touching materials, making mistakes, receiving correction, and trying again. You watch as an older child demonstrates how to twist plant fibre. The younger one copies tongue pressed against the corner of the mouth in absolute concentration. The first attempt collapses, the second becomes a sad knot. The third holds for a moment, then unravels. The older child does not give a speech about perseverance. They simply take the strands, show the motion again, and hand them back. That quiet patience matters. Without books, written diagrams, or helpful video tutorials titled 5 Easy Steps to Prehistoric Cordage Knowledge Must Live in Bodies. Hands remember, eyes remember. Muscles learn angles and pressure. Children must become familiar with stone, wood, bone hide, plant, fire, water, weather, and animal signs long before anyone would call them adults. Near the fire, a toddler wanders too close to the coals. An adult catches them by the shoulder and makes a short warning sound. The child stops offended by this unreasonable limit on exploration. Then they are moved gently away. Fire teaches quickly, but good caregivers try not to let it teach too directly. A small detail often missed is that children themselves leave archaeological traces, tiny footprints preserved in ancient mud, small handprints on cave walls, miniature tools and child-sized marks near hearths. All suggest that children were present in spaces we sometimes imagine as purely adult. In some caves, hand stencils include the hands of children and adolescents. These traces remind us that prehistory was not populated only by hunters, tool makers, and mysterious ritual specialists. It also included children getting dusty, curious, noisy, sleepy, and occasionally in the way. You follow a group of children toward the river. They are not alone. 2 adults move nearby, not hovering but aware. The children gather small stick shells, seed heads, and stones. One points at a bird track in the mud. Another steps directly on it by accident, ending its archaeological career. The first child protests. The second shrugs, which may be one of the oldest human gestures. At the riverbank, they practice throwing pebbles at a patch of floating leaves. Most throws miss. Some splash nearby. One stone lands close enough to earn approving sounds from the others. The children laugh softly, then try again. The game teaches aim, judging distance, coordinating hand and eye. It also teaches patience with embarrassment, which is useful in every century. The water smells cool and green. Morning light moves across the ripples. Reeds sway. Insects hover above the surface. A frog makes a sudden leap and the youngest child gasps as though the river itself has performed magic. You cannot really blame them. Frogs are strange little miracles if you're paying attention. There is ongoing discussion about how prehistoric childhood shaped human culture. Some researchers emphasize the long human childhood as a key advantage, allowing time for learning complex skills and social rules. Others warn that we should not assume every child's life was gentle or the same across environments. The evidence is fragmentary, but one thing seems clear: children were not merely waiting to become useful. They were participating, observing, experimenting, and slowly becoming part of the group's knowledge. You return to camp with them. A woman is sorting gathered plants. She lets one child smell a leaf, then points to another similar one and shakes her head. The child sniffs both frowns and sniffs again. The difference is subtle. One is useful. One may be bitter, irritating, or unsafe. The child is learning not from a list of plant names, but from scent, texture, shape, season, and adult reaction. Another child sits beside a toolmaker. They hold a small stone, striking it with more enthusiasm than accuracy. Chips scatter. The adult reaches over, adjusts the angle, and taps once. A flake comes free. The child's face changes. Surprise, delight, pride. The stone has answered. Not every child would learn every skill equally. Some might show talent for tracking, others for plant stories, tool-making, healing, or calming younger children. Some may have been bold, some cautious, some dreamy, some forever wandering off at the worst possible moment. Human variety did not begin with civilization. It came with us from the start. You notice how often children move between people. One moment near a parent, the next with an older sibling, then beside an elder, then in a group of other children. Care seems shared. In many small-scale societies, infants and children receive attention from multiple caregivers, including relatives and unrelated group members. This kind of cooperative care may have been important in human evolution, helping children survive and learn within a wider social net. The camp sounds different when you listen for them. Small feet in dust, sudden laughter, whispered arguments, a stick scraping bark, a baby fussing then quieting when lifted, a child humming near the fire, repeating the rhythm heard from an adult song the night before. These sounds soften the camp. They make the ancient world less distant. You sit near an elder who is repairing a cord. A child leans against their side, half watching, half drowsing. The elder speaks softly, perhaps telling where certain plants grow, perhaps recounting something that happened long ago. The child may not understand every word, but they are absorbing tone, rhythm, memory. Stories can be education disguised as comfort. Modern schooling often separates learning from life. A classroom here, work there, play somewhere else if there is time. In this camp, the categories blur. Play is practice, work is teaching, rest is listening, mistakes are lessons. The world is the school, which sounds poetic until you remember the school also contains thorns, cold hunger and insects with no respect for personal boundaries. Afternoon settles warmly. Children return to their games near the shelter. One arranges small bones and pebbles in a pattern that may mean nothing or may mean everything to them. Another pretends to scrape a hide. A third tries to carry a bundle far too large and tips backward slowly into the grass. The adults laugh not cruelly but with recognition. Everyone has been small once. As evening approaches, the children grow quieter. The day's energy fades. One sits with knees pulled to the chest, staring into the fire. Another falls asleep against someone's lap, still holding a smooth stone. A baby is wrapped in hide and rocked gently. Smoke curls upward. The air cools. You realize that childhood here is not separate from prehistory. It is central to it. Every tool tradition, every root, every plant memory, every fire skill, every song, every warning about deep water or bad berries must pass through children. Without them, knowledge ends. With them, the group continues. The fire glows. A child's small hand opens in sleep, releasing the stone into the dust. No one moves it. Perhaps tomorrow it will become a toy again, or a tool, or just another pebble near the hearth. For now it rests where it fell, part of the quiet evidence of a life being learned. And before civilization, under smoke stars and patient voices, children carried the future without knowing it. As evening settles once again, your attention drifts toward the quieter edge of the firelight. The children have grown still, their energy spent, their movements softened into sleep or slow observation. The adults sit closer now, forming a loose circle that feels almost intentional, even if no one arranged it that way. The air carries a steady warmth, touched by smoke and the faint scent of earth cooling beneath the fading light. Near the fire, an older woman sits with her back straight and hands resting lightly on her knees. You notice how people glance toward her from time to time, not constantly, not in a way that interrupts what they're doing, but often enough to suggest something deeper than habit. When she speaks, others pause just slightly. When she gestures, someone adjusts their work. Her presence is quiet, but it shapes the space. This is how knowledge lives here. There are no books, no written records, no stored archives. Memory is carried in people, and some people carry more of it than others. Elders hold roots. Seasons plant knowledge, animal behavior, stories of past events, and lessons learned through long experience. They remember which valleys flood, which paths remain safe in winter, which berries turn bitter after the first frost. You sit closer, careful not to interrupt. The woman begins speaking, her voice low and steady. You cannot follow the words, but the rhythm is clear. It rises and falls gently like the river earlier in the day. Others listen while continuing small tasks. A man scrapes a tool. A younger woman repairs a cord. A child not quite asleep leans against someone's side, eyes half closed, listening without trying to understand everything. What matters is not only the information, it is the continuity. In many traditional societies studied in more recent times, elders play a central role in maintaining cultural knowledge. Their value is not measured in physical strength, but in memory, judgment, and experience. This pattern likely reaches far back into human history. Survival does not depend only on speed or strength. It depends on knowing where to go, when to move, what to avoid, and how to adapt when something unexpected happens. You watch the woman's hands as she speaks. They move occasionally, tracing shapes in the air, marking directions, emphasizing a point. Perhaps she's describing a journey. Perhaps she's recalling a past season when food was scarce. Perhaps she's explaining how to recognize a dangerous plant or a shifting weather pattern. The exact content is hidden from you, but the purpose is clear. She is teaching. A small but revealing detail emerges in moments like this. Some archaeological evidence suggests that certain individuals in prehistoric communities lived to relatively advanced ages even in difficult environments. This challenges the common assumption that early humans rarely survived beyond youth. While life expectancy at birth may have been lower due to infant mortality and hazards, those who reached adulthood could sometimes live long enough to become repositories of knowledge. Longevity, even in small numbers, changes a group. It allows memory to stretch further back. It creates continuity between generations. It gives younger members access to experiences they have not yet lived. Without elders, each generation would begin again with less guidance. The fire shifts. A log collapses inward, sending a brief flare of sparks upward. The light flickers across faces, highlighting lines, shadows, expressions. The older woman pauses, then continues, her voice steady, unhurried. Across from her, a younger man listens closely. He nods occasionally, his attention focused. Perhaps he will carry this knowledge forward. Perhaps he already has. Learning here is not formal, but it is intentional. Important information is repeated, reinforced, shared, across different moments and contexts. There is no written test. The test is life itself. You think about how knowledge is stored in your own world. Books, digital files, cloud storage, searchable databases. Information is everywhere, accessible in seconds, and yet much of it feels distant, detached from daily experience. Here knowledge is immediate. It is tied to place, to people, to memory. It must be remembered because there is no backup. That creates a different kind of attention. You notice how often the group looks to the older woman when small questions arise. A plant is brought for inspection. She touches it, smells it, nods or shakes her head. A tool is shown. She examines its edge, adjusts the angle, slightly returns it. A path is discussed. She gestures towards a direction, perhaps recalling something seen long ago. Her authority is not enforced. It is recognized. There is also room for variation. Another elder, sitting slightly apart, speaks at times, offering a different perspective. The group listens to both. This suggests that knowledge is not always singular. Different experiences may lead to different conclusions. In some cases, the best path forward may not be entirely certain. This uncertainty is part of the system. In the study of prehistoric societies, it becomes clear that knowledge was not static. It evolved through experience, observation, and adaptation. When environments changed, when animals shifted their patterns, when new challenges arose, people had to adjust. Elders guided this process, but they were not infallible. You see this in the way others respond. They listen, but they also observe the world directly. They test ideas through action. Knowledge is shared, but it is also lived. A child stirs nearby. The older woman pauses and glances toward them. The child settles again. She resumes speaking, softer now. The circle remains intact, the fire steady, the night deepening around you. The stars begin to appear above the camp, faint at first, then clearer as the sky darkens. The same sky that has watched countless generations, each one learning, forgetting, remembering again. The fire below mirrors the stars above, small points of light in a vast darkness. You feel a sense of continuity. Not a straight line, not a simple progression, but a web of connections stretching across time. Each person here carries something forward. Each elder holds a thread that links past to present. A subtle observation comes to mind. In some ancient burial sites, older individuals are found with objects that suggest respect or significance within their group. While interpretations vary, it hints that age and experience may have been valued, not discarded. The idea of honouring those who remember more is not new. It is deeply rooted in human social life. The fire burns lower, people begin to shift, preparing for rest. The older woman finishes her thought, her voice trailing gently into silence. No one applauds. No one marks the moment. It simply becomes part of the evening, absorbed into the rhythm of the camp. You sit quietly for a moment longer. The warmth, the voices, the presence of those who remember. It feels steady, grounding. In a world without written history, memory becomes the bridge between what was and what will be, and here in the soft glow of firelight that bridge is alive. The night has passed softly and morning returns with the smell of food. Not a grand feast, not a table heavy with dishes, not the kind of breakfast where someone politely asks whether there is oat milk. This is a quieter kind of meal built from what the land has offered, and what human hands have managed to find, carry, crack, roast, dry pound, or save. You sit near the fire as pale light spreads across the camp. The air is cool, but the ashes still hold warmth. Someone kneels beside them, pushing aside grey powder to reveal buried roots from the evening before. Steam slips out when the hot earth is disturbed. The smell is sweet and smoky, mixed with damp soil and charred skin. A child leans closer, sniffing with obvious interest, and is gently moved back because prehistoric breakfast is still breakfast, and impatience remains universal. Food before kitchens is a story of patience. There are no pots stacked neatly on shelves, no metal knives, no ovens, no salt shakers waiting on a table. Yet the people around you are not eating randomly. They prepare food with skill. They roast, pound, scrape, dry, crack, chew, soak and mix. They understand which foods need fire, which need grinding, which can be eaten raw, and which should be treated with deep suspicion. Excavations at ancient sites show that prehistoric diets were often varied, shaped by local environments. Depending on where people lived, they might eat large and small animals, fish, shellfish, birds, eggs, roots, tubers, seeds, nuts, berries, fruits, honey insects, and leafy plants. The image of early humans living only on roasted meat is too narrow. The menu was wider, more seasonal, and probably more creative than popular imagination allows. You watch someone crack a nut between stones. The first strike is too light. The second opens the shell with a dry snap. The kernel is picked out carefully and placed with others in a small pile. Another person uses a flat stone to grind seeds. The sound is soft and steady, a sandy rasp that blends with morning bird song. The seeds break down into coarse meal which may be mixed with water, cooked on hot stone, or eaten in some simple prepared form. One detail that rarely gets enough attention is how old grinding technology may be. Grinding stones from some Paleolithic contexts suggests that people processed plant foods long before agriculture. This means humans were not waiting for farming to discover the usefulness of seeds and starches. They were already experimenting with plants, textures, heat, and effort. The first bread-like foods, if we can call them that carefully, may reach much deeper into the past than most people expect. The smell near the fire changes. A strip of meat dried from earlier days is warmed over coals. It curls slightly at the edges. Fat softens and glistens. Someone turns it with a stick. Nearby a bone is cracked to reach marrow rich and precious. There is no wasteful abundance here. Every useful part matters. Meat provides energy, but so does fat, and fat can be especially important in cold climates. You notice how food is shared. Not equally in a strict measured way, but with attention. A child receives a soft piece. An older person is handed something easy to chew. A toolmaker pauses long enough to take a portion, then returns to work. People eat while sitting, squatting, walking, talking, tending fire. The meal does not have the formal boundaries of a modern dining room, yet it still carries social meaning. Who gives food to whom matters. Who waits matters. Who notices hunger matters. Among many hunter-gatherer communities studied in recent centuries, sharing food has been central to group survival and social connection. Large foods in particular, such as big game, often require rules of distribution, because no single person can eat or preserve everything alone. While we cannot assume every ancient group behaved the same way, the practical logic is clear. Sharing reduces risk. Today one person finds food, tomorrow another does. You take a small piece of roasted root. It is hot enough to make you shift it from hand to hand. The outer layer is smoky and bitter, but inside it is softer, slightly sweet dense. You chew slowly. It sticks a little to your teeth. It is not refined, but it is comforting. Warm food in cool air has a way of making the world feel manageable. A child nearby eats berries from a cupped hand. Their fingers are stained dark. The berries are small, tart and uneven. Some are sweet. Some make the child blink dramatically. An adult laughs softly. The child eats another anyway. This too is ancient human courage. A faint buzzing draws your attention. Near a skin container, someone handles a chunk of honeycomb. It is small, precious and sticky. Honey would have been a prized food where available, dense with sweetness and energy. Ancient rock art from later prehistoric periods even shows humans gathering honey, sometimes with impressive bravery and questionable concern for bee opinions. The sweetness must have been extraordinary in a world without refined sugar. You smell it when the comb is broken. Floral, warm, almost golden. A few people taste it in tiny amounts. The pleasure is visible though restrained. No one pours it lavishly over anything. This is not a cafe. This is a rare gift from the landscape, and everyone seems to know it. The evidence around ancient diets is rich but incomplete. Bones preserve better than berries. Shells last longer than leaves. Burned seeds survive when fresh greens vanish entirely. So when archaeologists reconstruct prehistoric meals, they must work with what remains while remembering that much has disappeared. Some interpretations lean heavily on animal bones because they are visible in the ground. Others use plant microfossils, dental calculus, residue analysis, and grinding stones to reveal foods that once went unnoticed. The picture keeps changing as methods improve. You look at the mouths of the people around you. Teeth matter in this story. Ancient teeth can preserve wear patterns and microscopic traces of diet. Calculus, the hardened plaque on teeth, can trap starch grains, plant fibers and other tiny remains. It is a deeply unglamorous archive, but a useful one. Imagine future scientists learning your diet from your dental plaque. Suddenly flossing feels like editing history. The camp grows busier as the meal ends. Some people prepare to leave, others clean tools. Children lick sticky fingers. A hide is folded. A container is shaken free of crumbs. Nothing like a kitchen cleanup happens yet. The space is restored through small gestures. Bones are moved aside. Usable scraps are kept. Ash is stirred. Food remains are placed where they will not attract too much trouble. You follow someone toward the edge of camp where fish bones and shells lie in a small discard area. They are not just trash. They mark meals, seasons and choices. In coastal and riverside places, heaps of shells can grow over generations into large middens. These piles can reveal what people ate when shellfish were gathered, and even how shorelines changed. A heap of shells may seem humble, but to archaeology it can be a library with barnacles. A soft wind moves through the grass. It carries the smell of smoke river mud, crushed plants, warm food, and bodies waking into the day. You feel the satisfaction of having eaten enough, not too much, because too much is rarely an option here. The meal leaves you aware of effort. Every bite has a path behind it, the gathering, the carrying, the cracking, the roasting, the watching, the sharing. Modern food often hides its journey. A package appears on a shelf. A meal arrives at a door. Fruit travels across oceans while you complain that it is not ripe enough. Here distance is felt in the legs, arms and hands. Food is local not because it is fashionable, but because walking is the delivery system. The fire burns quietly behind you. Someone laughs at a child's sticky face. Someone else scrapes the last edible bits from a bone. A bird calls from the trees sharp and clear. The day is ready to unfold again. And before kitchens, before fields, before markets, before recipes written in careful lines, humans made meals from memory, landscape and flame. They tasted the world directly, season by season, bite by bite, under smoke and morning light. Night returns slowly, as if it has been waiting beyond the trees all day. The last light fades from the river. The grass loses its colour. The branches above you turn from green to black shapes against a deepening sky. One by one, the people of the camp draw closer to the fire, not in fear exactly, but in the old practical wisdom of bodies that no darkness changes the world. You sit near the edge of the circle. Warmth touches your knees. Cool air rests against your back. Smoke drifts low, then lifts. Sparks rise briefly and vanish into the dark. Around you, voices become softer. Daytime work slows. Tools are set down. Children are pulled closer. Hides are wrapped around shoulders. The camp becomes smaller, gathered inside firelight. Beyond that light, the night begins to speak. First come the insects, a thin trembling sound from grass and brush. Then the river steady and dark. Then a bird calls once from somewhere high in the trees. Farther away, something moves through dry leaves with a careful, uneven rhythm. Everyone hears it. Heads turn slightly, no one shouts. No one leaps up, they listen. For people living before electric light, night was not empty. It was filled with signals. Sound carried information when sight weakened. A snapping branch, a sudden silence among birds, the cough of a predator, the movement of herd animals, the direction of a wind, all of it mattered. Ancient people did not need to imagine monsters in every shadow, though they probably imagined some because humans are creative, and darkness is very persuasive. You hear the sound again. A soft rustle, then nothing. One adult reaches for a stick and shifts a burning branch toward the outer edge of the fire. The flames brighten for a moment. Light spreads across the ground, touching stones. Feet sleeping hides, then fading before it reaches the trees. The darkness beyond remains thick. Archaeological evidence from ancient hearths shows that fire was used repeatedly in living spaces, not only for cooking, but also for warmth, light, and protection. In many environments, a maintained fire could discourage some animals from approaching too closely. It did not create perfect safety, but it changed the odds. And in a world without walls, changing the odds mattered. You breathe in smoke and cold air together. The smell is strong, almost bitter, but comforting now. Your eyes water slightly. A child coughs, then settles against an adult's lap. Someone adjusts a hide over a sleeping body. Someone else feeds the fire with a dry branch. The flames take it with a soft crackle. A small detail hides in this ordinary moment. Some animals may have learned to avoid human camps not only because of fire, but because of people themselves. Humans were not simply prey wandering nervously through the world. They were noisy, social tool-using, fire-keeping creatures. To many animals, a human camp may have seemed like a troublesome place full of smoke-sharp points, unpredictable shouting, and possibly children throwing pebbles. Reasonable animals may have preferred to continue their evening elsewhere. Still, not every animal kept its distance. You hear a local far off, too distant to identify. It rolls across the dark and fades. Another answers from a different direction. The people near you listen with calm attention. Perhaps they know the sound. Perhaps they know it is far enough away. Perhaps they are only waiting to hear whether it comes closer. There is no clear agreement on how early humans experience fear at night. Some researchers emphasize the danger of predators, especially for small groups sleeping in open landscapes. Others point out that humans had social cooperation, fire weapons, shelters, and knowledge of animal behavior. The truth likely sits between terror and comfort. Night was not a horror story every evening. It was a familiar condition full of risk, beauty, routine, and the occasional deeply annoying insect. You look upward. The stars have appeared in great numbers. Without city lights, the sky seems almost textured. Bright points gather in clusters. A pale band stretches overhead. The fire below flickers orange while the sky above glows cold and distant. It is easy to understand why later people made stories from stars. They're too beautiful to ignore and too unreachable to explain casually. Someone begins to hum. The sound is low and wordless, barely louder than the river. Another voice joins for a few breaths, then fades. The rhythm is simple, soothing. It may be a song or only a way to calm a child. Either way, it changes the shape of the night. Sound becomes shelter too. You notice how the group arranges itself. Sleeping places are close enough for warmth and safety, but not crowded without reason. Adults remain near the edges. Children lie nearer the centre. Tools rest within reach. Fuel is stacked where someone can find it without wandering too far. These choices do not require discussion every night. They're habits built from many nights before. An owl calls. The sound is sudden and hollow. One child lifts their head eyes wide. An adult whispers reassurance. The child relaxes, though they continue staring into the dark with the solemn dignity of someone who has definitely not been frightened. Thank you very much. The owl calls again. You smile softly. The ancient night is full of presences. Some are dangerous, some are harmless, some are useful. Owls hunt rodents. Wolves, hyenas, lions, bears, leopards, depending on the place and period, may move at night. Herd animals shift and graze. Small creatures raid scraps. Insects bite. Bats flicker above the firelight, catching what humans barely notice. A faint movement comes from near the discard area beyond camp. This time 2 adults rise quietly. They take burning sticks and walk a short distance toward the sound. Their movements are calm, practiced. The firebrands glow red at the tips. You see shadows leap away from them across the ground. There is a scuffling noise, then a small animal darts into the brush. The adults watch a moment longer, then return. No drama, just maintenance. Night safety is work, but not always panic. It is checking sounds, feeding flames, keeping children close, placing scraps, wisely reading animal behavior, and sleeping lightly enough that the group can respond if needed. You lie back near the warmth. The ground beneath you is firm, softened by grass and hide. Smoke drifts above. The fire makes quiet, collapsing sounds as wood becomes ember. Around you, people settle into sleep. Breathing deepens. A child murmurs. An elder coughs. Someone turns pulling fur closer around their shoulders. The world beyond the fire remains awake. Leaves move. Water runs. Creatures pass through darkness on their own errands. None of them know they are part of human history. They are simply living their night as the camp lives its own. Your eyes grow heavy. The sounds that first felt strange now become layered and familiar. Insects, river, fire, breath, wind, a distant call. Silence between each one. The night is not quiet, but it is steady. Before civilization, people slept inside this living darkness. Not sealed away from the world, but held within a small circle of warmth, knowledge, and companionship. They trusted the fire, the group, the old habits, and the morning that had always returned before. You watch one last spark rise and disappear. Then the dark softens around the camp and the ancient night continues breathing. Morning comes again, and with it the quiet return of movement. You notice it first in the shifting of bodies, the soft sounds of waking, the slow rebuilding of the fire. But something else begins to take shape as the light grows stronger. Not just activity, not just survival, but connection. Subtle at first, then clearer the longer you watch. You begin to notice how people relate to one another. Not through formal rules, not through written laws or announced roles, but through small gestures repeated over time. A shared glance, a hand offering food without being asked, a quiet correction given without embarrassment, a moment of teasing that brings a smile rather than tension. This is where human society lives, not in structures or systems, but in relationships. You sit near the fire as 2 adults exchange something small, a piece of food perhaps or a tool. The movement is casual, almost invisible, but the meaning is there. Giving and receiving, trust and expectation. A balance that does not need to be spoken aloud. In small groups like this, cooperation is not optional. Evidence from studies of hunter-gatherer societies suggests that survival often depended on sharing resources and maintaining social bonds. A person who refused to cooperate would not simply be seen as difficult, they would be a risk. Food protection knowledge will flow more easily when people work together. You watch a group preparing to leave the camp again. They speak briefly, gestures guiding the conversation more than words. One points toward the trees, another nods. A third shakes their head, then points in a different direction. The discussion is short, but decisions are made. No one issues commands. Leadership here seems fluid. It shifts depending on the situation. The best tracker leads the hunt. The most knowledgeable gatherer guides plant collection. The elder may advise on where to go. Authority is not fixed. It moves with skill, experience, and trust. A small but meaningful detail appears as you observe. There is teasing. One person gestures toward another with a slight smile, and a few nearby laugh quietly. The tone is light, not sharp. Teasing like this in many cultures serves as a way to correct behavior without direct confrontation. It allows people to adjust without losing face. Social harmony is maintained not through strict rules but through subtle pressure. You notice how people sit, not in rigid lines or assigned places, but in clusters that shift throughout the day. Someone moves closer to speak. Another drifts away to work alone for a time. A child slips between groups belonging everywhere and nowhere in particular. This flexibility matters. In small communities, relationships must adapt. There is little room for long-standing conflict. Tension cannot be ignored indefinitely. It must be eased, redirected, or resolved. The group depends on it. There is still much uncertainty about exactly how prehistoric social structures functioned. Some researchers suggest relatively equal relationships with limited hierarchy, especially in smaller groups. Others point to evidence of status differences in certain contexts, such as burial goods or access to resources. The truth likely varied widely depending on time, place, and circumstance. Human behavior rarely fits neatly into a single model. You see a moment of disagreement. Two adults stand near a bundle of gathered plants. One gestures sharply. The other responds with a slower movement, more controlled. Their voices rise slightly, not enough to alarm the group, but enough to signal tension. Others glance over. No one rushes in. No one ignores it entirely. The moment holds for a few breaths, then softens. One person shrugs. The other looks away. The argument dissolves without clear resolution, but also without escalation. This is another kind of skill, knowing when to push and when to let go. You think about how modern disagreements often unfold. Long messages, repeated arguments, carefully constructed points that need to be right. Here, energy is limited. Time is valuable. Holding on to conflict too tightly may cost more than it gives. A child runs past, breaking the tension completely. Their laughter cuts through the moment like sunlight. One of the adults reaches out lightly, touching the child's shoulder as they pass. The gesture is grounding, a reminder of something larger than the disagreement. You follow a small group moving toward the edge of camp. They carry tools, containers, and the quiet understanding of what needs to be done. One person lags slightly behind and another slows to match their pace. No words are exchanged, but the adjustment is made. These small acts build trust. Trust is not declared, it is accumulated. Over time, through shared work, shared food, shared risk, shared rest. A detail that often escapes attention is how much communication can happen without language as we understand it. Gesture, expression, posture timing. These carry meaning. A raised hand can signal stop. A glance can direct attention. A shift in tone can change the mood of an entire group. Language, when present, adds richness, but it is not the only tool. You sit beside an elder again. They watch the group with calm attention. Not directing, not intervening, simply observing. Their presence feels steady, like a quiet anchor in the shifting patterns of the day. A younger person approaches them holding a tool. They show it waiting. The elder examines it, adjusts the grip slightly, hands it back. No long explanation, just a correction absorbed through practice. This is mentorship in its simplest form. Not a formal relationship, but a continuous exchange. You notice how often people touch. A hand on a shoulder, a brief contact while passing something, a child leaning into an adult. These touches are not dramatic, but they are frequent. They reinforce connection. They remind each person that they are part of something shared. Modern life can be strangely distant. People communicate across screens, voices travelling without bodies, messages appearing without presence. Here communication is immediate. It is felt as much as heard. The day moves forward. Groups leave and return. Tasks begin and end. Conversations rise and fall. The rhythm continues, shaped by needs, by environment, by relationships. You begin to see the camp not just as a place, but as a network. Each person connected to others through layers of interaction. Some bonds are strong and constant. Others are lighter, shifting with time and circumstance. Together they form a structure that holds the group together without visible supports. This structure is fragile and resilient at the same time. Fragile because it depends on people, resilient because it adapts. You sit quietly watching. A person shares food without being asked. Another offers help without drawing attention to it. A child is corrected gently, an elder is consulted. A disagreement fades, a laugh spreads. These are the threads of early human society, not grand, not formal, not written, but strong enough to hold a group together in a world that offers no guarantees. And as the sun rises higher, warming the camp and the land beyond, you realize that before civilization built cities and laws, humans had already built something just as important. A way of being together. By late afternoon, the path takes you away from the open camp and toward a dark opening in the stone. At first it looks like nothing more than shadow beneath a rocky slope. The entrance is low and cool. Ferns gather near it. The air changes as you approach, losing the warmth of sun and taking on the damp mineral smell of stone. Behind you, the world is still bright with grass smoke and distant voices. Ahead of you, the cave waits in silence. You step closer. A person beside you carries a small flame protected in a hollow of bark or stone. Another brings a lump of red pigment, dark in the hand, almost brown until the light touches it. Someone else carries a flat stone, perhaps used for grinding colour. No one speaks much now. Even the children who earlier filled the camp with small noises and important complaints have grown quieter. The entrance swallows sound. You duck inside. The air's colder at once. It touches your face and hands like water. The smell of smoke from the small flame mixes with damp rock clay and old earth. Your footsteps soften, then echo faintly. The ceiling lowers, rises, narrows, opens. The cave seems to breathe around you, not alive exactly, but deeply present. The flame moves ahead. Its light does not fill the cave. It touches one surface, then another, leaving everything else in darkness. Walls appear and vanish. Stone bulges like the side of some sleeping animal. Cracks run like rivers across the rock. Shadows gather in hollows. You move slowly, one hand close to the wall, but not touching unless guided. People made art in caves tens of thousands of years ago. Paintings, engravings, hand stencils, dots, lines, animal figures, abstract marks. Famous sites such as Chauvet-Lascaux and Altamira belong to later parts of the Paleolithic world, but they reveal something older and wider. Humans were not only surviving, they were imagining, remembering, marking and entering darkness with purpose. The passage bends. A faint shape appears ahead. At first you think it is only the uneven wall. Then the flame lifts and an animal emerges from stone, a curved back, a heavy head, horns or antlers. Lines made with pigment and charcoal follow the natural swelling of the rock, so the creature seems to stand partly inside the wall, partly outside it. It is not drawn like a modern picture in a frame. It belongs to the cave surface, using cracks and shadows as part of its body. You stand still. The effect is quiet but powerful. The animal doesn't move, and yet the flame makes it almost move. As light trembles, the painted back seems to shift. The head appears, disappears, returns. You understand how firelight could animate a wall long before screens, projectors, and people arguing about whether the sequel was necessary. Nearby a handprint appears, not a print made by pressing paint directly onto the wall, but a stencil. Someone long ago placed their hand against stone and blew pigment around it, leaving the shape of absence. A hand made visible because the colour surrounds what is no longer there. The fingers are spread. The palm is small. It may belong to an adult or perhaps a young person. You lift your own hand near it, not touching. The shape feels startlingly close. A detail often overlooked is that some cave hand stencils may have been made by women and young people, not only adult men. Earlier assumptions often imagine male hunters as the primary cave artists, but studies of hand proportions have complicated that picture. The evidence is not simple, and interpretations vary, but the possibility widens the scene. The cave may have held many kinds of people, many kinds of meanings. The group moves deeper. The ground is uneven. You feel small stones shift underfoot. Water drips somewhere in the dark, slowly, patiently. The flame gives off a faint hiss. The air is still and your own breathing sounds louder than it should. You reach a wider chamber. Here the walls carry more marks. Animals overlap in layers. Some are clear, some faded. Dots gather in clusters. Lines cross and curve. Red, black, brown, and sometimes yellowish tones appear where pigments have been applied. The materials may come from charcoal, manganese, ochre, clay, or other minerals. Making paint required knowledge where to find pigment, how to grind it, how to mix it, how to carry it into the dark. This is not idle doodling. The cave is difficult to reach. The air is cold. The light is limited. Every mark requires effort. Someone came here intentionally, perhaps many times, perhaps across generations. What did it mean? There is no single answer. Some interpretations connect cave art with hunting magic as if painting animals helped control or honour them. Others suggest teaching storytelling, identity, memory, spiritual experience, altered states or ceremonies we can only partly imagine. The evidence refuses to become simple. A painted bison does not explain whether it was prelescent memory vision or something that does not fit our categories at all. You look at one animal painted with careful attention to muscle and movement. The artist saw deeply. Not just the outline, but the weight of the body, the turn of the head, the energy in the legs. This knowledge comes from watching animals in life. The same attention used in tracking, hunting, and living near herds appears here as image. Art and survival are not separate. The person who painted this knew animals as food, danger, mystery, and presence. To modernize art may seem like leisure. Here it feels woven into knowledge itself. Someone begins to hum. The sound fills the chamber softly. It returns from the walls, changed, doubled. The cave carries sound strangely. A low note lingers longer than expected. You feel it in your chest. It is possible that some painted spaces were chosen partly because of acoustics. Certain caves with images also have chambers where echoes behave in striking ways. Not everyone agrees on how important this was, but standing here, hearing the hum return from stone, you understand why the thought is tempting. The flame moves again. Now you see scratches engraved into the wall finer than paint, visible only when light comes from the side. Lines form an animal, or perhaps several. The carving is delicate. It would disappear in full daylight if daylight could reach this far. In moving firelight it appears like a secret. A child watches from behind an adult. Their eyes are wide, reflecting the flame. They may be frightened or impressed or simply trying very hard not to trip. Someone places a steadying hand on their shoulder. The gesture brings the cave back to the human scale. You think of the camp outside, the fire, the shelters, the tools, the children, the elders. Then you look at these walls and feel the distance between daily life and hidden meaning shrink. The same hands that scrape hides and gather roots can also make images in darkness. The same minds that remember tracks can also imagine symbols. Prehistoric people did not leave written explanations, but they left signs that they cared about more than immediate hunger. Burials, ornaments, pigments, carvings, music, and cave images all suggest inner worlds rich with meaning. Not modern in every way, not unknowable in every way either. Human. You stand before the hand stencil once more as the group begins to turn back. The flame is lower now. Smoke curls toward the ceiling. The cave seems to close gently around the fading light. You feel the cold more strongly after standing still. The painted hand remains. It is one of the simplest marks a person can make and one of the most moving. It says without words that someone was here. Someone stood in this darkness, pressed skin to stone, breathed colour, and left behind the outline of a body that vanished long ago. You pass back through the narrow passage. The entrance ahead glows grey with evening light. Outside, the air feels warmer, wider, filled with the smell of grass and smoke from camp. Birds call from the trees. The world resumes its ordinary shape. But you carry the cave with you. The animals in trembling light, the cold wall, the hand made from absence, the hum returning from stone. And as you walk back toward the fire, you understand that before civilization built temples and wrote myths, humans had already entered the earth to meet mystery in the dark. You return from the cave with the memory of darkness still resting on your skin. The camp feels warmer now, almost ordinary, though ordinary has changed a little. The fire is brighter than before. The shelters sit low beneath the evening sky. Children move in sleepy loops near the adults. Someone tends food near the coals. Someone else scrapes a tool with slow, patient strokes. The world has returned to its familiar sounds, crackling wood, quiet voices, grass shifting in the breeze. Then, from the far side of the fire, you hear a note. It is thin at first, almost mistaken for birdsong. A clear sound rising from a small object held to someone's mouth. The note bends, fades, returns. Another follows lower and breathier. People do not stop everything to stare. This sound belongs here. It is part of the evening, like smoke ash and the slow cooling of the ground. You move closer. The object may be bone-hollowed and pierced. It may be a simple flute or something very like one. The player holds it carefully, fingers covering and uncovering holes. The melody is not complicated. It wanders gently, repeating small patterns, testing the night air. Music before written songs is difficult to recover, but not impossible. Archaeologists have found ancient bone flutes in Europe dating back tens of thousands of years, including examples made from bird bone and mammoth ivory. These finds show that humans were creating musical instruments deep in the Paleolithic. Long before written notation, before concert halls, before anyone complained that music was better in their generation, people shaped breath into sound. The firelight flickers across faces. A child leans against an adult eyelids heavy. Another child watches the player's fingers with intense concentration. A few adults hum softly beneath the flute, not in perfect order, but in shared feeling. The sound wraps around the camp without demanding attention. It does not perform so much as settle. You feel your breathing slow. There is something about rhythm that enters the body before the mind can explain it. The repeated pulse of hands on hide, the soft beat of feet against earth, the rise and fall of voices. Even without instruments, humans carry rhythm in walking, working, rocking babies, pounding seeds, scraping hides and moving together. A person begins tapping two sticks lightly. The sound is dry and small. Tap, pause, tap, tap, pause. Another person answers by clapping once, then again. Soon there is a loose pattern, not loud, not ceremonial in any obvious way, just enough to give the night a shared heartbeat. One overlooked possibility is that music may have helped people coordinate work and strengthen bonds. Songs can calm children, mark time, carry memory, encourage group movement and make repeated labour feel lighter. You can imagine a rhythm used while grinding seeds, paddling later boats, walking long distances, or preparing for a group hunt. Sound can hold people together when words are not enough. You listen as the rhythm continues. It is not polished. No one seems concerned with perfection. The pattern shifts when someone misses a beat, then reforms around the mistake. This flexibility feels deeply human. Even now, around modern campfires, people sing off key and clap too early, and somehow civilization survives. The flute plays again. Its tone is airy, slightly uneven, but haunting in the gentle sense. It lifts above the crackle of the fire and settles back into it. The player pauses between phrases as if listening to the night answer. The trees give back silence. The river adds its own low murmur. There is no certainty about what the earliest music meant. Some interpretations connect ancient instruments with ritual or symbolic life. Others emphasize social bonding, courtship, teaching comfort, or play. It may have been all of these things at different times. A flute by a fire does not reveal whether it was sacred, practical, entertaining, or simply beautiful. Human beings rarely keep those categories separate for long. An elder begins to sing. The voice is low and textured with age. The melody has only a few notes repeated slowly. The words, if they are words, flow softly. Others listen. One person joins, then another. The song expands without becoming loud. It feels like a net being spread gently across the circle. You do not understand the language, but you understand the effect. The children quiet. The adults relax. The fire seems to breathe with the rhythm. Even the darkness beyond the camp feels less separate, as though the song has softened its edges. You think of the cave again, the echo in the chamber, the hum returning from stone, the painted animals trembling in firelight. It is easy to imagine sound and image belonging together. A painted wall, a flickering flame, a voice in darkness. These are not separate arts in neat museum categories. They are moments of attention shared and remembered. Someone shakes a string of shells. The sound is faint, a dry whispering rattle. Shell ornaments may have served as decoration, but when worn on the body they also make noise. A person walking, dancing, or gesturing could carry rhythm with them. Beads, teeth, seeds, and shells might have sounded softly as people moved. The ancient world may have been more musical than the surviving objects suggest. A small detail catches your eye. A child has picked up 2 stones and is tapping them together, trying to copy the adults. The rhythm is enthusiastic and not especially helpful. An adult reaches over, gently guiding the child's hands into a slower pattern. Tap, wait, tap, wait. The child grins proud of this very important contribution to prehistoric music. Music becomes learning. It teaches timing, listening, restraint, participation. You cannot sing together if no one listens. You cannot keep rhythm if everyone insists on being the loudest person. A lesson some modern gatherings continue to explore bravely. The night deepens. Stars appear above the trees. The air cools and people pull hides closer around their shoulders. The song continues quieter now. It has no beginning you can remember, and no obvious end. It drifts between voices, sometimes carried by the elder, sometimes by the group, sometimes only by the flute. Sound changes the camp. Earlier fire made a room without walls. Now music fills that room. It gives shape to time. It turns waiting into presence. It marks the difference between simply sitting in the dark and sharing the dark. You notice how memory might live inside melody. A tune can carry words. A rhythm can help people remember sequences, names, places, or stories. Before writing songs may have helped preserve knowledge, though the evidence can only take us so far. Still, if you needed to remember a route, a lineage, a warning, or a seasonal pattern, rhythm would be a faithful helper. The mind holds music in strange, powerful ways. The flute lowers. For a while only voices remain, then only humming, then only the fire. No one announces the end. The song simply dissolves into the night. People shift, stretch, settle. A child has fallen asleep sitting up and is carefully lowered onto a hide. Someone covers them. Someone else adds wood to the fire. Sparks rise. The shells are placed beside a shelter. The bone flute is wrapped carefully and set out of reach of careless feet. You sit quietly, feeling the last notes fade inside you. Before written songs, before instruments with names carved into them, before stages, choirs, hymns, lullabies on paper and playlists for falling asleep, humans made sound from breath, bone, hand, shell, and memory. They shaped silence into something shared, and under the ancient stars the camp rests inside that fading music. Gentle as smoke, old as the need to be together. In the morning the camp begins to loosen. Not suddenly. Nothing here happens with the clean snap of a modern travel plan. There are no bags zipped shut, no tickets checked, no one standing around wondering who packed the charger. Instead, movement begins as a feeling. People glance toward the horizon. Tools are gathered. Hides are shaken free of dust. Embers are protected. Food is wrapped. Children are nudged from sleep with the ancient tenderness of people who know that waking the young is always slightly risky. You understand before anyone explains. The group is preparing to move. The river served well. The camp has held its warmth. But this world does not reward staying in one place forever, not always. Plants ripen elsewhere. Herds shift. Water levels change. Wood nearby grows scarce. Weather turns. A place that is generous one week may be thin the next, and so people follow the old routes carried in memory. Long before maps, humans travelled astonishing distances. Archaeological traces show movement across deserts, coastlines, forests, mountains, grasslands, and frozen regions. Some journeys happened slowly over generations, others within the ordinary seasonal rounds of a group. Stone from one area found faraway shells carried inland and genetic evidence of migrations all point to a deeply mobile human past. You watch as belongings are sorted. Only useful things travel. That sounds simple until you look around and imagine choosing. A stone core, a sharp flake, a hide covering, a bundle of cord, a digging stick, dried food, pigment, a child's favourite oddly shaped stone which is probably non-negotiable. Everything has weight. Everything carried by hand, shoulder back or sling must earn its place. The shelters are not destroyed. Some materials are taken, others are left. A bent branch frame may remain like a memory of habitation slowly collapsing after the group is gone. Ash will cool. Footprints will soften. Scraps will scatter. The land will begin quietly folding the camp back into itself. You step onto the path with them. The morning air is pale and clean. Mist lingers near the river, and the sun has not yet burned the chill from the ground. The group moves in loose formation. Adults carry tools and bundles. Children carry smaller loads or nothing at all, depending on age and mood, which seems reasonable. An elder walks near the middle. A few people move ahead, scanning the route. Others remain slightly behind, making sure nothing important is left, including slow children, which history has always had to account for. There is no road. Yet the route is known. You see it in the confidence of the walkers. They follow the river for a time, then turn toward a line of low hills. The land gives clues, a gap between trees, a ridge that catches morning light, a patch of stones remembered from earlier journeys. A person points toward a distant shape on the horizon. Another nods. The group adjusts without much discussion. Navigation here is not one skill, it is many. Memory of landmarks, awareness of sun and shadow, knowledge of animal trails, attention to water, wind slope and season. At night stars may help. Along coast shorelines guide movement. Rivers offer corridors. Mountains warn and orient. The world itself becomes the map, and the body learns how to read it. A quiet wonder hides in this. Some ancient people carried materials across distances so great that they must have known either long routes or exchange networks. Obsidian, shells, ochre, and high-quality stone sometimes appear far from their sources. That does not always mean one person walked the whole way. Objects can pass from hand to hand, group to group. But either way, the world before civilization was not isolated silence. It had connections. You climb gently with the group. The ground becomes drier. Grass brushes against your legs. The smell changes from river mud to sun-warmed plants and dust. Insects rise in small clouds from the path. Somewhere behind you, water continues its patient sound, growing softer with each step. The older woman from the fire walks steadily. She doesn't hurry, but no one rushes her. At one point she stops and points toward a cluster of trees below. People look. Perhaps there is water there. Perhaps a plant grows nearby. Perhaps she remembers a storm, a death, a birth, a good season, a bad crossing. The group waits because her memory is part of the route. Not everything is certain. How prehistoric people conceived of distance, territory, and belonging remains difficult to reconstruct. Some groups may have known wide landscapes intimately returning to the same places year after year. Others may have moved into unfamiliar ground because climate hunger or social ties pulled them onward. The remains left behind give us roots in fragments like footprints that appear in mud and then vanish on stone. You descend into a shallow valley. The air grows warmer, birds flick through low branches. A child pauses to pick up a feather, then runs to catch up. Someone laughs softly. The pace is easy for now. No one speaks much, but the silence is companionable. Walking has its own rhythm. Feet press, lift, press again. Bundles shift, breath settles. Thought loosens. Modern travel often tries to erase the journey. Cars, planes, trains, glowing screens, announcements, waiting areas filled with chairs that seem designed by someone with a grudge against the spine. Here the journey cannot be ignored. It is the day. You feel every slope, every patch of shade, every change in ground. Distance lives in the calves and shoulders. At midday, the group rests beneath scattered trees. Bundles are lowered with soft thuds. Someone checks a child's foot. Another shares a small piece of dried food. A skin container is passed around. The water is warm now, tasting faintly of hide and smoke, but it is welcome. People sit facing different directions, still aware of the land around them. You hear wind through leaves. The sound is dry and soothing. A few insects buzz. Someone scrapes mud from a tool. Someone else closes their eyes, not fully sleeping, just resting inside the shade. On long movements like this, information continues to gather. A fresh animal trail crosses the route. A tree shows fruit not yet ripe. A distant smoke column might suggest another group, or a fire caused by lightning or something else entirely. Every journey updates the mental map. Every journey teaches. You rise again with the others. The afternoon stretches ahead, golden and slow. The group turns toward a ridge where the ground opens. From the top you can see a wide plain broken by patches of trees and shining strips of water. The sky feels enormous. People pause there, not for ceremony perhaps, but because the view matters. It shows weather movement possibility. Far below, dark shapes move across the grass. Animals too distant to identify clearly. The trackers watch. The children watch the trackers watching. This is how knowledge travels without being announced. A faint path leads down the other side. You follow. The descent is careful. Loose stones shift underfoot. Someone steadies an older person. A child is carried for a while after stumbling, though they insist with impressive dignity that they were not tired. The group moves as one body with many parts adjusting constantly. Late in the day you reach a place where trees gather near water. It is not a permanent home, but it is suitable. There is shelter from wind, dry ground, nearby fuel within reach, and signs of animals passing through. People begin setting down bundles. The motion is familiar. Camp becomes camp again, not because the place is the same, but because people know how to make it so. A fire is prepared, hides are laid out, tools are placed where they will be needed. Children explore the immediate area under watchful eyes. Someone checks the water, someone gathers dry wood. The day's movement settles into evening work. You look back toward the route you travelled. Already the path is fading behind you in shadow. No sign marks it, no name hangs over it. Yet it exists in the bodies and memories of the people around you. They have carried the route forward simply by walking it. Before maps, before roads, before borders drawn in ink, humans knew the world through motion. They followed rivers, stars, coastlines, animal trails, family memory, hunger, hope, and curiosity. They crossed landscapes not as tourists, not as conquerors, but as people listening for where life might continue. The new fire catches. Smoke rises into the evening air thin and blue. The children drift closer. The elders sit. The tools come out again. The old rhythm resumes in a new place. And as the first stars appear above this unfamiliar camp, you understand that the road before civilization was not a line on the ground. It was a memory shared by walking. The cold arrives before dawn. You feel it first in your fingers, then in your nose, then in the thin space between your body and the hide wrapped around you. The new camp lies quiet beneath a sky crowded with stars. Frost has silvered the grass. Breath rises from sleeping bodies in pale clouds. The fire is low, but not dead, its embers hidden under ash like a secret being kept from morning. You are in an Ice Age world now. Not all places are buried beneath glaciers, and not every day is a frozen disaster, but cold has become one of the great forces shaping life. Far to the north, vast ice sheets cover land. Elsewhere, open steppe spreads under sharp winds. Sea levels are lower because so much water is locked in ice. Animals move through broad, cold landscapes. Mammoths, reindeer, bison, horses, woolly rhinoceroses in some regions, and predators following the living rivers of meat. Human life here requires planning. You watch someone stir the fire back to life with practiced care. Dry material is precious. Fuel is not always easy to find in open, cold country. A few small flames catch, and immediately people lean closer. The light grows across faces marked by sleep and chill. Hides are pulled tighter. Children are tucked nearer to adults. Someone rubs their hands together and breathes into them. Cold is not only discomfort, it changes everything. It changes what people wear, where they sleep, what they eat, how far they move, what materials they need, how carefully they preserve food, and how much danger a small mistake can bring. A wet foot in warm weather is annoying. A wet foot in deep cold is a serious conversation with fate. You step out from the shelter. The ground crunches faintly underfoot. The air is so clear it almost rings. Smoke rises straight upward for a moment before the wind catches it. In the distance the land lies open and pale with low shrubs, grasses and patches of snow collected in hollows. The silence feels wide. People were living in harsh glacial environments tens of thousands of years ago, adapting with tailored clothing shelters, fire-stored knowledge and complex tools. Sites across Ice Age Europe and Asia show humans using animal hides, bone, antler, ivory, stone and fuel in ingenious ways. Survival here was not a matter of toughness alone. It was a matter of systems. A group begins preparing to leave camp briefly. They move slowly, at first stiff from the cold. A person checks bindings on their feet. Another adjusts a fur covering around the shoulders. A child complains softly, then goes quiet when handed something warm from near the fire. Not quite breakfast, not quite comfort, but enough to reset the mood. You follow toward a rise overlooking the plain. Every sound seems sharper in cold air. The creak of hide, the crunch of frozen plants, the faint rattle of tools against bone or wood. A bird calls once thin and distant. The wind touches your cheeks and makes them ache. The land looks empty until you learn to read it. A dark line of animals moves far away near the horizon. They are not close enough to identify clearly, but their movement matters. Herd animals are wealth on legs, though no one here would use that phrase. Meat, fat, hide, bone, sinew, horn, antler, and dung for fuel in some cold places. An animal is not only food, it is a collection of solutions. You remember the tools from earlier sections: sharp stone flakes, bone points, cord-fitted clothing. In this cold world they are even more essential. A needle can mean warmer seams, a scraper can mean better prepared hides. A strong point can mean access to meat and fat. A cord can hold a shelter against wind. One surprising detail from Ice Age archaeology is the use of mammoth bones in some dwellings, especially in parts of Eastern Europe. People arranged large bones to form frames or foundations likely covered with hides. These were not fantasy huts from a storybook, but practical shelters made from available materials in landscapes where wood could be scarce. Imagine building with the remains of animals so large that one bone feels like architecture. It makes modern flat-pack furniture seem a little less heroic. The group pauses at the ridge. No one speaks for a while. They watch the animals below the movement of wind through grass the cloud shapes over distant land. Decisions must be made carefully in cold country. A long chase wastes energy. A bad route exposes the group. A storm can erase tracks and comfort both. The landscape offers possibilities, but it does not forgive carelessness. The question of how humans survived the coldest phases of the Ice Age remains layered. Some specialists emphasize technological adaptation, especially clothing and shelter. Others point to social networks, shared food, and movement between safer regions. Climate was not uniform, and people likely used warmer refuges, river valleys, coast caves, and seasonal routes when possible. There is no single Ice Age lifestyle. There are many strategies shaped by local conditions. You return toward camp as the sun lifts. Its light is bright, but not warm enough yet. Frost begins to melt where it touches dark stone. Drops form on grass tips. The air smells of smoke and cold earth. Back at camp, people are working quickly now. A hide is stretched near the fire. A tool is repaired. Frozen meat or dried food is softened. Children are encouraged to move because movement brings warmth, and also because children left completely still begin inventing trouble. Near the fire, someone scrapes fat from a hide. The sound is rough and steady. Fat is valuable in cold climates. It feeds the body densely, helps prepare hides, and can be used in lamps in some settings. Lean meat alone is not always enough, especially in cold seasons. The body needs energy, and cold takes its tax quietly. You're handed a small portion of warm food. It is rich, smoky, and heavy. You eat slowly, feeling warmth move inward. The taste is not delicate, but it is deeply welcome. Around you, people eat with the focus of those who understand that calories are not an abstract number. They are heat. They are strength. They are the ability to walk later. A wind picks up. The shelters respond with soft snaps and creaks. People move to secure edges, weighting hides with stones and checking ties. The cold slips under anything loose. There is no ignoring it. The camp becomes a place of constant small adjustments. You help carry fuel closer to the fire. Some of it is wood gathered from shrubs or scattered branches. In open steppe regions, people may also have burned animal dung when wood was limited, a practical fuel used by many later pastoral and nomadic peoples as well. It sounds unromantic, yes, but warmth has never been overly concerned with elegance. The fire grows, smoke thickens, then thins. The warmth presses outward, creating a small zone of relief. People gather within it, shoulders lowering, hands opening. The children become lively again, proving that warmth is basically a reset button. As the day continues, clouds gather in the west. Not dramatic storm clouds, just a pale thickening of the sky. The older people notice. The trackers notice. The camp shifts in response. More fuel is gathered. Loose items are secured. Food is covered. A decision may be coming. Stay, move, wait, follow. The animals seek a better shelter. You feel the intelligence of preparation. Nothing here is passive. The group is always responding to signs, wind cloud, animal movement, fuel supply, body condition. Cold requires humility. It asks humans to think beyond the present hour. By evening, snow begins lightly. Small flakes drift through the air, visible only when they cross the firelight. They land on hides, hair, sleeping grass, and vanish on warm stones. The camp grows quieter. People draw close. The world beyond becomes soft and pale. You sit wrapped in fur listening. The fire crackles. The wind brushes the shelter. Someone hums under their breath. A child sleeps with one hand closed around a cord. The cold remains outside and partly inside, never fully defeated, only managed. Before civilization, people did not conquer the Ice Age. They negotiated with it. They stitched against it, burned against it, walked around it, remembered its moods and shared warmth beneath enormous winter skies. The snow continues falling, and in the small circle of firelight human beings endure not loudly, not heroically, but with patient skill and the quiet stubbornness of life. After the long cold, the valley feels almost unreal. You reach it slowly, coming down from higher ground, where the wind has been sharp and the sky too wide. Here the land folds inward. Hills rise on both sides, softening the air. Trees gather in sheltered places. Water moves beneath a thin skin of morning mist. The ground is still cold, but not cruel. You can smell damp leaves, old wood, and the faint sweetness of plants beginning to wake. People relax almost before they admit it. Shoulders drop, steps slow. Children look up from their careful walking and begin to notice things again: a bright feather, a smooth stone, a patch of moss glowing green against dark earth. Even the adults seem to breathe differently. The valley does not remove danger, but it offers a pause. Places like this matter deeply. During harsh climate periods, humans and animals often survived by using refuges areas where conditions remained milder or more reliable than the surrounding landscape. River valleys, coasts, caves, wooded basins, and southern regions could offer shelter, food, fuel, and water when open country became difficult. These landscapes were not just pretty exceptions. They could hold life through hard seasons. You walk beside a stream. The water's clear and fast, running over stones polished by time. Ferns grow near the bank. Birds move between branches with quick, nervous energy. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker taps on a trunk, a hollow knocking sound that echoes gently through the trees. The air is warmer here enough that your hands no longer ache. The group chooses a place near the water but above the damp ground. They know not to camp too close to a stream that might rise. They know to look for dry fuel shelter from wind and signs of animals. They also know that comfort can make people careless, and carelessness is not improved by nice scenery. Bundles are lowered. A small fire is prepared, hides are shaken out. Tools appear, again placed on flat stones. Someone checks nearby plants, someone else studies animal tracks at the water's edge. The valley begins turning into camp, not permanently, but for now. A quiet richness surrounds you. There are roots here, berries in season, nuts perhaps depending on the trees, small animals, birds, fish in the stream, wood for fire, plants for cord and bedding. These sheltered places could become meeting grounds, seasonal homes, or reliable stops along remembered routes. One easily missed clue about ancient refuges comes from pollen preserved in lake sediments and soil layers. Tiny grains can reveal what plants grew in a region long ago, helping researchers reconstruct past climates. From such small traces, whole landscapes begin to reappear. A forest, a grassland, a wetland, all hidden inside dust that once floated from flowers. You sit on a fallen log near the fire. The bark is rough beneath your palm, moss softens one side. The smell of smoke begins to mix with the smell of damp wood. It is less biting than in the open cold. The air holds it low and fragrant. A child finds a cluster of early shoots pushing through the soil. An adult kneels beside them, examining the leaves. The child watches closely. This plant may be food later, or medicine, or useful fibre, or it may simply be noted and left alone. The valley is generous, but generosity still needs knowledge. Nearby, someone gathers dry twigs from beneath evergreen branches. The outer ground is damp, but under thick foliage some material remains burnable. This sort of practical detail can make the difference between a smoky struggle and a clean flame. The fire catches after a few careful breaths. Heat spreads. People settle closer not desperately as in the Ice Age wind, but with pleasure. There is a different mood here. More repairing, more watching, more quiet conversation. People can afford to linger. A toolmaker reshapes a stone edge without hurry. An elder closes their eyes in the filtered light. A child uses a stick to draw looping lines in mud. The lines look almost like the cave marks, then become nothing when the stick drags through them again. You look around and think of how ideas may gather in places like this. When food is more reliable, people can spend time on ornament art teaching tool improvement story and exchange. This does not mean creativity only appears during comfort. People made beauty in harsh places too. But sheltered regions may have offered time and repeated return allows memory to deepen. The meaning of these refuges is still being pieced together. Some specialists see them as crucial zones where human population survived climate extremes and later expanded outward. Others warn that the picture varies across regions and that humans were more adaptable than a simple refuge model suggests. The land did not offer one answer everywhere. Some groups stayed close to sheltered areas, others moved widely between them. Some likely did, both depending on season and need. The stream flashes in the sun. Fish dart beneath the surface, quick as thoughts. One person watches with a sharpened stick or simple spear. Another arranges stones in a shallow place, perhaps to guide fish, perhaps just to make crossing easier. Water brings food, but also patience. Fish do not care about your schedule. A little later, a successful catch brings quiet satisfaction. Not celebration, just the soft brightening that comes when food appears. The fish is cleaned near the water, its scales catching light. Bones and scraps are managed carefully. The smell is fresh, sharp, different from roasted meat or roots. Soon it will meet fire. You sit close enough to feel the first warmth of cooking. Steam rises. The scent changes, becoming rich and smoky. A child watches with the fixed gaze of someone who has discovered that waiting is deeply unfair. The adult tending the fish ignores this with admirable calm. In the trees above, birds continue their conversations. Leaves move softly. Water clicks over stone. The valley holds sound gently, not like the cave, but with its own small echoes. Everything feels enclosed, protected, almost private. You understand why people might return. A place like this becomes more than useful. It becomes familiar. The bend in the stream, the hollow tree, the patch where certain roots grow, the rock that warms in afternoon sun, the slope where snow melts first. Over years, these details become part of a group's inherited map. A tiny object near the fire catches your eye. It is a shell, far from the sea, pierced and worn smooth. Perhaps it came through exchange. Perhaps someone carried it from a distant coast long ago. Perhaps it has travelled farther than many people in the group. Its presence in this quiet valley hints at wider connections, at stories moving with objects at places known not by sight but by description and desire. The shell is passed to a child, then taken back before it can be lost in mud, which seems fair. The afternoon becomes golden. People eat repair rest. Someone sings a few low notes, someone else scrapes a hide clean. The elder speaks briefly, pointing toward the upper valley, perhaps remembering another camp beyond the trees. The group listens. The decision to stay or move later will depend on signs gathered over the next days. For now no one hurries. You lie back on a hide and look through branches at the pale sky. The leaves make shifting patterns. Smoke drifts across them, thin and blue. The world feels softer here, though not easy. Ease is never complete. But the valley allows a longer breath. Before civilization, hidden refuges like this may have carried humans through cold hunger and change. They offered waterwood plants, animals shelter memory, and sometimes one of the rarest comforts in prehistory time. The stream keeps moving. The fire burns low. The sheltered air holds the warmth a little longer. And in this quiet valley between ice and open sky, you feel how survival was not only endurance. Sometimes it was knowing where the world became gentle enough to rest. The valley holds you for another day, maybe two, though. Time here does not divide itself neatly. Morning becomes afternoon through light hunger, work and warmth. The group repairs tools, gathers plants, checks. The stream follows tracks along the damp banks. The sheltered place seems to invite rest, but it also invites attention. A good valley may attract many lives, not all of them familiar. On the third morning you notice a change. The adults speak less as they move near the edge of camp. One tracker has found marks in the mud that do not belong to the group. Footprints human, or close enough that everyone pauses. They are older than dawn, but not ancient. Their edges have softened slightly. A leaf lies pressed into one heel mark. Someone crouches, studies the shape, then looks up toward the trees. No alarm spreads through the camp, only awareness. You follow as a few people move carefully along the stream. The air smells of wet moss and smoke from your own fire behind you. Birds call above, then fall quiet when the group passes beneath them. The footprints continue for a short distance, then vanish where stones replace mud. You feel the strangeness of it. In this vast world, another group may be nearby. They may be people much like the ones you know. Or depending on where and when this moment falls in deep prehistory, they may belong to a different kind of human. Neanderthals lived across much of Europe and Western Asia for hundreds of thousands of years. Denisovans, known mostly from genetic evidence and a few fossil remains, lived somewhere across parts of Asia. Other human relatives existed too, some known from bones, others still only hinted at by DNA. The human story was not once a single clean line. It was more like several paths crossing in dim woodland. The group returns to camp. Nothing is packed yet, but people adjust. Tools are kept close. Children are watched more carefully. Food is not left scattered. The fire is fed. Voices remain low. Later, near midday, you see smoke beyond the trees. Not much. A faint grey thread lifting in the distance, too straight and steady to be morning mist. Someone points. Several people stand still looking. The smoke may be from another camp. It may be old embers disturbed by wind. It may be nothing. But no one dismisses it. Contact between prehistoric groups could mean many things. It could mean exchange marriage partners, shared news, cooperation, avoidance, tension, curiosity, or fear. Small mobile groups likely needed connections beyond themselves. No group could afford total isolation forever. New people brought information, material, stories, and sometimes risk. The unknown was not automatically hostile, but it was never meaningless. You sit beside the fire as the elders confer. Their voices are soft. One gestures toward the smoke, another points downstream. A younger adult listens with tight attention. The children sense the mood and play closer to camp, pretending not to listen, while listening with every part of themselves. A quiet and remarkable fact rests behind this scene. Genetic studies show that many people living today carry small amounts of Neanderthal DNA, and some populations carry Denisovan ancestry as well. That means encounters between Homo sapiens and other human groups were not only distant glances across valleys. At least sometimes they included intimacy, families, children, and lives that joined across difference. The thought settles slowly. The other humans were not monsters from the edge of the map. They were beings with bodies, tools, memories, and fires of their own. They knew cold, hunger, shelter, stone, grief, perhaps song. If you had seen them across a valley, you might have felt fear, yes, but also recognition. In the afternoon, a small group leaves camp. You go with them, moving quietly along a slope above the stream. The forest thins. Sunlight spreads across patches of grass. The smell of damp earth gives way to dry leaves and warm stone. The group keeps to cover, not sneaking in panic, but approaching with caution. Then you see them. Across an open space near a bend in the water, figures move beside a small fire. Not many, perhaps 5 or 6. Their bodies are partly hidden by trees and smoke. One bends over something on the ground. Another lifts a bundle. A child or someone young stands close to an adult. No one from your group calls out. No one runs. For a long moment, both sides simply exist in the same landscape. You cannot know exactly who they are. Perhaps another band of Homo sapiens. Perhaps in another time and region Neanderthals. The scene keeps its uncertainty because prehistory rarely hands you a name tag. Still, the sensation is powerful. You're looking at people who are not your camp, not your immediate kin. and yet not entirely foreign to human understanding. One of the distant figures looks up. They have seen you. The air seems to tighten. A bird moves suddenly from a branch, wings flashing. The stream continues entirely unbothered by the social complexity unfolding on its banks. A person from your group raises one hand palm visible. The gesture is slow, non-threatening. The distant figure watches. Another comes to stand beside them. No one advances. Small signals matter now. Weapons are lowered, or at least not raised. Bodies remain angled rather than squared aggressively. Voices, when they come, are quiet. A sound is called across the space. It's not a shout, more like an offering of presence. The other group responds, not with words you understand, but with a tone that does not sound immediately hostile. The distance remains. That distance is part of the peace. A small object is placed on a rock by someone from your side. Perhaps a flake of good stone, perhaps a shell, perhaps food. Then your group steps back. The other group waits. Eventually one of them approaches, not fully only enough to see. They leave something to a different stone, a piece of pigment, a bundle of plant fibre. Then they retreat. No treaty is signed. No language is translated. Yet something has happened. Exchange can begin without full trust. It can test intentions. It can say we see you and for now we do not choose harm. In the archaeological record, materials moving across distances may reflect many kinds of contact, direct travel trade, gift exchange, or slow passing between groups. Each object carries more than itself. It carries a relationship, however brief. You notice a child from the distant group staring openly. A child from your group stares back. For a moment, curiosity defeats caution. The two young faces reflect each other across the space, wide-eyed and still. Then an adult gently draws one child behind them, and the moment passes. The meeting remains careful. After some time, both groups withdraw. No dramatic farewell, no sudden danger, just distance restored slowly, deliberately. As you walk back, the forest sounds return. Leaves shift. Insects hum. Your own breathing seems loud. The group says little. Each person is thinking, measuring, remembering. The encounter will be told by the fire. Details will be repeated. Who stood where, what was offered, how they moved, whether their tools looked familiar, whether the valley can be shared or whether it is wiser to leave soon. Back at camp, the elders listened. The objects are shown. A piece of stone passes from hand to hand. Its colour is different from local material, smooth and dark with a sharp edge. Someone tests it carefully. Someone else sniffs the bundle left behind. Perhaps plant fibre. Perhaps something treated with smoke. The children lean close until they're told to move back. The camp feels larger now. Not physically, the shelters are the same, the fire burns in the same place. But the known world has expanded. Somewhere nearby, others sleep beside their own flames, tell their own stories, worry about your group just as your group worries about them. This is the deep human past, as it likely was in many places, not empty land and isolated bands, but overlapping worlds. Some meetings may have led to cooperation, some to avoidance, some to conflict, some to love. Some left descendants, some left only a stone carried farther than expected. Night settles over the valley. The firelight returns to its familiar circle, but beyond it the darkness feels newly inhabited. Not just animals, not just wind, but other minds, other fires, other memories. You sit close to the warmth and listen as voices begin to shape the day into story. Before civilization drew borders and named peoples humans and human relatives met in valleys, caves, riversides, and open plains. They watched one another across distance. They traded, hesitated, wondered, feared, and sometimes came close enough that their futures became shared. The fire burns low, and somewhere beyond the trees another fire answers the night. The next morning carries a quiet tension, though nothing dramatic has happened. The valley is the same. The stream still runs clear. Birds still move through branches with small, quick purpose. The fire still breathes softly at the centre of camp. And yet something has shifted. Not fear exactly, but awareness stretched a little wider. You notice how people move with slightly sharper attention. A glance toward the trees lasts a moment longer. A child is called back more quickly. Tools are kept closer at hand. Even the way someone sets down a bundle feels more deliberate. The world has not changed, but the knowledge of others nearby has added a new layer to it. And with that layer comes possibility, not only of danger but of exchange. Later in the morning, one of the adults brings out a small object from a bundle. It is a piece of stone darker than most you have seen here. Its surface is smooth in a way that suggests it came from far away. The edge is finely worked, sharper than the local flakes. It catches the light differently, almost like glass. You remember the object left on the rock the day before? This must be it. The group gathers loosely around as it passes from hand to hand. Fingers trace the edge. Eyes study the shape. Someone tests it gently against a scrap of hide. There is a quiet appreciation in the air, not loud, not exaggerated, just the recognition of quality. Objects like this tell long stories. In many prehistoric sites, materials appear far from their natural sources. Obsidian from volcanic regions found hundreds of kilometers away. Shells carried inland. Ochre traded across landscapes. These items did not travel alone. They moved through networks of people passed from group to group, sometimes slowly over generations. You hold the stone for a moment. It feels cool, precise, different from the rougher tools made nearby. You imagine its path. Perhaps it was shaped near a distant mountain, passed to another group, then another. Each exchange carrying not only the object but a trace of connection. Trade before money is not simple. There are no coins, no agreed prices, no markets with stalls and polite bargaining. Exchange may happen through gifts, through relationships, through shared need. It may be tied to trust, to reputation, to memory of past interactions. One group offers something useful, another responds. Balance is not always immediate, it may stretch across time. You watch as someone brings out a small bundle in return. Inside are items gathered from this valley, dried plants, a piece of worked bone, perhaps pigment. These will be kept used or carried onward. The exchange continues even without direct contact at this moment. A small but interesting detail appears in the way objects are handled. They are not treated carelessly. Even simple items receive attention. This suggests that value is not only about rarity, it is about usefulness, craftsmanship, and the relationships tied to the object. Nearby, a child plays with a shell. It is smooth, pale, worn from handling, clearly not from this inland valley. The child turns it in the light, then holds it to their ear, though there is no sound to hear. Still, the gesture feels strangely familiar, as if across thousands of years some habits do not change. You think about how knowledge might travel with these objects. A new type of stone might introduce a better way to shape tools. A different plant fibre might suggest new methods of making cord. Pigment from another region might expand the colours used in art. Exchange is not only about things, it is about ideas moving quietly between groups. There is still uncertainty about how extensive these networks were. Some evidence suggests wide connections with materials travelling great distances. Other findings point to more localised exchange. The picture likely varies across regions and time periods. Some groups may have maintained long-distance relationships. Others may have interacted only with immediate neighbours. You walk with a small group toward the edge of the valley. They are not heading directly toward the other camp, but in that general direction. The movement feels cautious, exploratory. They carry items, but not in a way that announces intention too loudly. The landscape opens slightly. You see the place where the exchange happened before. The rock still sits near the water unchanged. The air is still. No figures are visible this time. One person steps forward and places a small object on the rock. A piece of dried food, perhaps, or a tool. The group waits a moment, then steps back. No one lingers too long. The act is simple but meaningful. Exchange can happen without meeting. Objects left and found. Messages carried in material form. a way of interacting that reduces risk while still allowing connection, you return to camp with a sense of quiet continuity. The valley feels less isolated now, not crowded but connected. Threads stretch outward, invisible but real, linking this place to others beyond sight. Back near the fire, the new stone tool is being used. It cuts cleanly through hide. The edge holds well. People notice. Small improvements like this matter. Over time, they can change how work is done, how efficiently resources are used, how much effort is required. Innovation does not arrive with announcements. It spreads through observation, imitation, and exchange. One person sees a better tool, tries to copy it, fails a few times, succeeds, shows another. Slowly the idea moves. You sit and watch the camp settle into its rhythm again. Children play, adults work, elders observe. The fire burns steadily. The stream continues its quiet flow. But now when you look beyond the trees, you imagine other camps, other fires, other groups holding different stones, different stories, different knowledge. The world feels larger, more interconnected, even without roads or maps. Before markets, before currency, before written agreements, humans were already exchanging, not just goods, but trust, not just materials, but ideas. And as the day fades into evening once more, you realize that these early networks, fragile and informal, may have been the beginning of something that would one day grow into trade routes, cities, and entire civilizations. For now, though, it remains simple. A stone passed from hand to hand, a quiet offering left on a rock, a connection made without words. As the days in the valley pass, your attention begins to settle on quieter moments. Not the movement between camps, not the exchange of objects, not even the steady work of gathering and preparing food. Instead, you notice the pauses, the times when someone sits a little longer than expected, when a hand lingers on a shoulder, when voice is lower, not for rest, but for care. You begin to see how people respond when something is not quite right. A man sits near the fire, his posture slightly bent. One arm rests awkwardly against his side. He's not calling out, not asking for help, but the discomfort is visible in the way he moves. Another person notices and sits beside him without a word. Healing here does not announce itself. There are no buildings set aside for it, no shelves lined with labelled containers, no scheduled appointments, and yet attention gathers around those who need it. The group adjusts subtly but clearly. The person beside him reaches into a small bundle. Inside are dried plants, roots, perhaps bark. The materials are not labelled, but they are known. The leaves are crushed between fingers, releasing a faint, sharp scent. The mixture is applied gently to the injured area. The man winces slightly, then exhales. You watch closely. Knowledge of plants has deep roots in human history. Many prehistoric communities likely understood which plants could soothe, pain, reduce swelling, or help wounds close. This knowledge was built over generations through trial, error, observation, and memory. It was not written down, but it was not random. Nearby, another person heats a stone in the fire. Once warmed, it is wrapped in hide and placed near the man's side. Heat seeps through, slowly easing tension. The process is simple but intentional. Every step reflects experience. A detail often overlooked is that some ancient human remains show signs of healing. Broken bones that have mended, injuries that would have required time and care to recover. This suggests that individuals were not abandoned when they became vulnerable. They were supported, protected, allowed to heal within the group. You sit back and consider what that means. Care requires patience. It requires resources. It requires people willing to slow down, to share food, to adjust plans. In a world where survival is never guaranteed, choosing to care for the injured is a powerful act. A child approaches curious. They watch the process eyes wide, taking in each movement. An adult gently explains something, perhaps naming the plant, perhaps describing its use. The child nods, absorbing the information in that quiet, attentive way you've come to recognize. Learning continues even in moments of difficulty. The man shifts slightly, testing the relief. His breathing steadies. The person beside him adjusts the wrapping, checks the position. then sits back. No dramatic recovery, no sudden transformation. Healing here is gradual, patient, measured in small improvements. You notice others contributing in subtle ways. Someone brings water, another offers food. A child is guided away to give space. The group supports without crowding, present without overwhelming. It is a balance that seems to come naturally, though it must have been learned over time. There is still much we do not fully understand about prehistoric medicine. Some treatments may have been effective, others may have relied on belief or ritual, some may have combined both. The line between physical healing and symbolic action is not always clear, and perhaps it never was. You recall the pigments used in the cave: ochre, charcoal, earth. These materials may have had practical uses, but also symbolic ones. In some ancient burials, bodies were covered with red pigments, suggesting that colour carried meaning beyond decoration. Healing may have involved more than the body alone. A woman nearby hums softly. The sound is low, steady, almost like a continuation of the breath. It does not draw attention, but it fills the space gently. The injured man closes his eyes for a moment, listening. The rhythm seems to settle something inside him. Sound can be part of care, not as medicine in the modern sense, but as comfort, as presence, as a way of holding someone within the group. The same sounds that filled the night earlier now return in a different context, quieter, more focused. You feel the atmosphere shift. The camp is not silent, but it is calmer. Movements slow, voices soften. Even the fire seems to crackle more gently, though that may simply be your perception changing. Time stretches. There is no rush to finish. No schedule pressing forward. Healing takes the time it needs, and the group adapts around it. You think about how modern medicine separates healing into specialized spaces. Hospitals, clinics, appointments, treatments. Efficient, structured, often necessary, but also distant in a way. Here healing remains within the flow of daily life. It is not removed from the community, it is held within it. A small gesture catches your attention. The injured man reaches out and briefly touches the arm of the person beside him. No words, just contact. Gratitude, perhaps, or simply acknowledgement. The response is immediate. A slight nod, a return of the touch, then both hands settle back into stillness. This is how care moves. Quietly, directly, without ceremony. As the sun lowers, the man is helped to a more comfortable position near the fire. Hides are arranged to support him. Food is brought again, softer this time. He eats slowly with assistance when needed. The group continues its rhythm around him. Nothing stops entirely. Work continues. Children play, though more gently. Conversations rise and fall. The world does not pause, but it makes space. You sit nearby, feeling the warmth of the fire and the deeper warmth of shared attention. Before hospitals, before written knowledge, before formal medicine, humans still cared for one another. They observed, experimented, remembered and supported. They did what they could with what they had guided by experience and necessity. And often that was enough to make a difference. The fire glows steadily. The injured man rests. The group remains close. The night begins to gather again around the edges of the valley. And in this quiet moment you understand that survival was never only about strength. It was also about care. By the next evening the valley has grown quieter, not silent. The stream still runs. The fire still cracks softly. Children still whisper near the shelters, though their voices are lower now, as if the air itself has asked them to be gentle. Smoke drifts upward in a thin blue line, and the fading light gathers along the edges of the trees. You notice that people are moving with care, not the practical care of tool-making or gathering, but something slower, more solemn. A space has opened near the edge of camp, a little beyond the busiest area where the ground is soft enough to dig. Several adults work there with sticks, stone tools and patient hands. They loosen earth, lift it aside, pause, then continue. Someone has died. The story does not rush toward the moment. It does not sharpen into drama. Death is part of this world, as natural as frost, hunger, birth and sleep. But natural does not mean easy. The camp carries grief in small, visible ways. A child sits very still beside an older woman. A man stares into the fire without working. Another person holds a string of beads and turns it slowly between their fingers. You stand at a respectful distance. The air smells of damp soil smoke, crushed grass, and the faint mineral scent rising from the opened earth. The body has been wrapped in hide. Care has gone into it. The wrapping is smoothed. A cord is tied. Someone places a small object nearby, perhaps a tool, perhaps a bead, perhaps a piece of red pigment. Ancient burials are among the most moving traces of prehistoric life. From Neanderthal graves to later Homo sapiens burials, archaeologists have found bodies placed intentionally in the ground, sometimes with tools, ornaments, ochre flowers, animal bones or other objects. Not every burial carries clear meaning and not every interpretation is certain, but deliberate burial shows that the dead were not always left where they fell. They were remembered through action. The wrapped body is lowered slowly. No one speaks loudly. A few voices murmur low and rhythmic. One person touches the ground beside the body before stepping back. Another sprinkles red ochre over the hide. The colour is deep in the dim light, like earth mixed with sunset. Red ochre appears in many prehistoric contexts, including burials, art and body decoration. Its meaning was not the same everywhere and perhaps not always symbolic, but in burial it can feel especially powerful. Red may have suggested blood life, warmth, renewal, or something entirely outside modern categories. The stone dust does not explain itself. It simply glows against the pale hide and dark soil. You watch as objects are placed carefully. A small blade, a pierced shell, bit of worked bone. Perhaps they belong to the dead person. Perhaps they are gifts. Perhaps they are signs meant for the living, not the dead. Meaning here is layered and you cannot peel it back completely. The uncertainty matters. Some researchers see grave goods as evidence of belief in an afterlife or spiritual world. Others urge caution, noting that objects in graves may reflect affection, identity, status, memory or ritual, without proving exactly what people believed. The ground can show us placement colour bones tools. It cannot fully recover a whispered farewell. Still, the gesture is unmistakably human. The group covers the body. Earth falls softly at first, then more steadily. The sound is quiet and final. A dull patter against hide, then soil against soil. A child begins to cry, not loudly, just a small broken sound. An adult pulls them close. No one tells them to stop. The grave rises slightly above the ground. Stones are placed over it, not many, but enough to mark the spot. A branch is laid nearby. Someone presses a hand into the fresh soil, leaving a brief shape that will fade with the next rain. The camp remains still. You feel the evening cooling around you. The valley seems to hold its breath. Birds settle in the trees. The stream continues without changing its pace, which feels both cruel and comforting. Nature does not stop for grief, but it gives grief a place to exist. Later near the fire, people gather close. No meal feels ordinary tonight, though food is still needed. A soft portion is handed to the child who cried. The older woman from earlier sections speaks quietly. Her voice is low, steady and tired. Perhaps she tells a story about the person who has died. Perhaps she recalls a journey, a mistake, a skill, a kindness. Perhaps she speaks not to explain death, but to keep memory from vanishing too quickly. This is one of the oldest tasks of the living. To remember. Without writing, memory has to be held in voices, gestures, objects and places. A grave becomes a point in the landscape. A shell becomes a reminder. A story becomes a small shelter against forgetting. A detail from ancient sites gives this moment even more weight. Some graves contain children, elders and people with disabilities or healed injuries. Their burials remind us that value was not limited to the strongest hunter or the most productive gatherer. Care and remembrance could extend across age and ability. The ancient world was harsh, yes, but harshness did not erase tenderness. You look at the faces around the fire. They are tired. Smoke softens their outlines. Firelight moves over eyes, hands and shoulders. Someone leans against someone else. A young adult holds the bead string that belonged to the dead, or perhaps was placed near them and then kept back. The decision itself holds meaning. Grief changes time. The day feels longer, the evening slower. Every small sound becomes more noticeable: the pop of a coal, the scrape of a foot in dust, the breath of a sleeping child, the low murmur of the elder's voice. You understand that death before civilization was not an abstract statistic. It was a missing person at the fire. Modern life often hides death behind doors, documents, and professional routines. Here it remains close to the camp, close to the hands of those who knew the person. The living dig, the living rap, the living place objects, the living speak, the living return to the fire and feel the empty space. Night deepens. The grave is no longer visible from where you sit, but everyone knows where it is. Tomorrow people will gather food again, tools will be repaired. Children will play perhaps more quietly at first, then normally because life insists on returning. The stream will run, smoke will rise, the camp will continue. But something has been added to the valley. Not a building, not a monument, just a marked place in the earth holding memory. You lie back near the fire and look up at the stars. You wonder what the people here believe happens after death. Do they imagine a path, a return, a shadow world, a joining with animals, ancestors, sky, earth, fire? The evidence cannot fully say, but the care they show suggests that death is not treated as nothing. The fire lowers. An elder's voice fades. Someone covers the child with a hide. The night wraps the camp gently, and beyond the shelter of flame the fresh grave rests beneath cooling soil. Before civilization built tombs, pyramids, temples, and carved names into stone, humans already paused for the dead. They gave time, labour-colour objects, touch and memory. And in the quiet valley under the old patient stars, love leaves one of its earliest marks in the ground. The night after the burial feels deeper than the ones before it. Not darker in any physical way, but fuller, as if the sky itself has drawn closer. The fire burns low, steady and contained. People sit quietly, speaking less than usual. Even the children seem to sense the change, their voices softer, their movements slower, as though the air has asked for gentleness and been obeyed. You lie back on a hide and look upward. The sky opens above you in a way that feels almost endless. Without smoke for a moment, without clouds, the stars spread across the darkness in layers. Some shine bright and sharp. Others glow faintly, almost hidden until your eyes adjust. There are patterns, though no one has drawn lines between them yet. Or perhaps they have in ways that are remembered but not written. Long before calendars and clocks, the sky served as a guide. People could follow the movement of stars across seasons, noting which appeared at certain times of year, which disappeared, which rose before dawn, which lingered at nightfall. These patterns help track time in a world where time was not measured in hours, but in cycles: cold and warm, dry and wet, hunger and abundance. You notice someone pointing upward, a quiet gesture, not calling attention, just sharing a direction. Another person looks, nods slightly. A third follows the line of the hand and seems to understand. There is knowledge here passed not through charts or diagrams, but through repetition, through watching the sky night after night. The stars are not just decoration. They are markers, guides, stories. Some cultures later recorded constellations and gave them names and meanings, but even before formal system, humans were observers. The sky moves slowly enough to be trusted, yet clearly enough to be followed. It offers consistency in a world that can feel unpredictable. You trace a cluster with your eyes. 3 bright points form a rough line. Nearby, a scatter of dimmer lights suggests a shape that your mind almost completes. You wonder how many generations have looked at this same arrangement, seeing different things, telling different stories, yet sharing the same sky. A subtle idea begins to form. The sky may have been one of the earlier shared references across distant groups. Even without meeting, people in different places would see similar patterns. The same bright star rising at dusk. The same pale band stretching across the night. the same shifting positions marking the passing of seasons. You hear a low voice nearby. An elder speaks not loudly but with a tone that draws attention. They gesture upward, then toward the horizon. The words are unknown to you, but the rhythm suggests explanation. Perhaps they are describing when a certain star appears, or what it means when it shifts position. Perhaps they are connecting the sky to the land below. Children listen, their eyes moving between the speaker and the stars. Learning continues even here, even now. A small but fascinating detail comes to mind. In some ancient sites, alignments of stones or structures appear to correspond with solar or lunar events, such as the position of the sun at certain times of year. While these are much later than the deep prehistory you're walking through now, they hint at a long human interest in the sky's patterns. The impulse to watch, to notice, to mark may reach far back. You shift slightly, feeling the ground beneath you. It is firm, still holding a trace of warmth from the day. The hide softens it just enough. The air is cool against your face, but not biting. The fire nearby offers a steady comfort. The balance between warmth and cold light and dark feels almost deliberate. Someone begins to speak more clearly. Not a song this time, but a story. The voice rises and falls, shaping something longer, more complex. Others listen. Occasionally a quiet sound of recognition or agreement passes through the group. The story may be about the stars or about something that happened under them. It may connect the sky to the land, the past to the present. Stories and stars often belong together. The sky provides a canvas. The story provides meaning. Together they create memory. You imagine how such stories might travel, from one generation to the next, from one camp to another, changing slightly each time, adapting to new landscapes, new experiences, new understandings. The core remains, but the edges shift. There is no single version, only many variations, each one held in voices rather than written lines. You notice how the group responds. No one interrupts. No one rushes the speaker. The pace is slow, matching the rhythm of the night. The story unfolds as it needs to, not as a performance, but as a shared experience. A child asks a question. The voice is small, curious. The elder pauses, then responds. The answer is longer than the question, but still gentle. The child listens, then settles back satisfied, or at least comforted. This exchange feels important. Questions are allowed, answers are given. Knowledge is not locked away, but shared, adjusted, explored. You look again at the stars. They seem closer now, or perhaps you're simply more aware of them. The patterns feel less random. Not fully understood, but familiar in a way that grows with attention. The fire crackles softly. A spark rises briefly, joining the stars before fading. The comparison is simple, but it lingers. Small lights below, vast lights above, both part of the same night. You think about how modern life often hides the sky. City lights, buildings, schedules, distractions. The stars are still there, but harder to see, easier to forget. Here they are, unavoidable. They shape the night, the sense of space, the feeling of being part of something larger. The story ends, not with a clear conclusion, but with a soft fading of the voice. People remain quiet for a moment, then shift slightly. The night continues. You close your eyes briefly, then open them again. The stars remain, the fire glows, the camp breathes. Before civilization built observatories named constellations and mapped the heavens, humans already looked up. They watched, remembered, and wondered. They found patterns in the sky and wove them into the fabric of their lives. And here in the quiet valley beneath the wide ancient night, you feel that connection stretching across time. The same sky, the same curiosity, the same quiet act of looking upward and asking what it all means. The night fades gently, and with it the memory of stars softens into morning. A pale light spreads across the valley. The fire has burned low, but someone is already stirring it back to life. Smoke rises slowly, carrying the familiar scent of ash and warmth. People begin to move again quietly at first, as if not to disturb whatever thoughts linger from the night. You notice something new near the edge of camp. At first, it seems like any other animal moving at a distance, a shape low to the ground, cautious stopping, often watching. But this one does not move away as quickly as the others. It lingers. A dog, or something very close to one, not quite the companion you might imagine from modern life, not wagging its tail and bounding forward with cheerful certainty. This animal is alert, lean, its ears sharp, its body held ready to retreat at any moment. It watches the camp with interest but also with caution. Early relationships between humans and canines likely began in moments like this. Wolves or wolf-like animals drawn to the edges of human camps, attracted by scraps of food warmth and the predictable presence of people. Over time, some animals may have grown more tolerant, less fearful. Some humans may have recognized the advantage of their presence. You remain still watching. The animal steps closer, then stops again. Its nose lifts slightly, catching the scent of smoke food people. A child notices it and points, but an adult gently lowers the child's hand, signaling quiet. This is not a moment for sudden movement. Evidence from archaeological sites suggests that the domestication of dogs began tens of thousands of years ago, though the exact timeline and process remain complex. Some of the earliest known dog remains show differences from wolves, indicating a gradual shift in behavior and form. These animals were not simply captured and tamed. The relationship likely developed slowly through repeated contact and mutual benefit. You see how that might happen. The animal waits. Someone from the camp places a small scrap of food on the ground, not too close, not too far. Then they step back. The group watches without crowding. The animal approaches, slowly, carefully, each step measured. It reaches the food, sniffs, then takes it quickly before retreating a short distance. It does not run far. It remains within sight. This exchange is simple but significant. Food for presence, presence for awareness. An animal like this could offer early warning of danger. Its senses are sharp. Its reactions quick. It notices things humans might miss. In return, it gains access to food and perhaps some measure of safety near the group. You notice how the adults respond. Not with excitement, not with attempts to touch or capture. They allow the interaction to remain controlled, respectful. Too much pressure could drive the animal away. Too little interest might miss an opportunity. Balance again. Over time, such interactions could deepen. Animals that tolerated humans might stay closer. Those that remained aggressive or fearful would keep their distance. Gradually a shift occurs. Behavior changes. Trust builds in small increments. A subtle but important detail emerges. Some early dog remains show signs of care, including burial alongside humans. This suggests that the relationship once established could become meaningful beyond simple utility. The boundary between wild and domestic begins to blur. The animal near the camp sits down. Not fully relaxed, but less tense. Its body lowers. Its eyes remain alert. It watches the people, the fire, the movement of the group. A child looks back equally curious. You wonder what each sees in the other. Two species, both social, both attentive, both capable of learning from the environment and from each other. The potential for connection exists, but it must be discovered slowly. The morning continues. People gather food. Repair tools tend the fire. The animal remains at the edge, sometimes moving away, sometimes returning. Its presence becomes part of the landscape, like a new element added to the familiar pattern. You follow as one adult walks toward the stream. The animal keeps a distance but follows loosely, not directly behind, not fully independent. Somewhere in between. This in-between space is where relationships begin. Not ownership, not companionship as we understand it, but something quieter. A shared territory, a mutual awareness, a gradual adjustment. The adult kneels at the water's edge. The animal watches from a few steps away. When the person stands and turns, the animal shifts back, slightly maintaining space. No words are exchanged, of course, but communication happens through movement, distance, and timing. You return to camp. The animal does not follow all the way, but it circles nearby, never fully leaving. The group continues its work now with an additional presence woven into the edges of daily life. There is still much uncertainty about how domestication unfolded. Some theories suggest that humans actively captured and raised young animals. Others propose that animals approached human camps on their own, gradually becoming more accustomed to human presence. The truth may include elements of both varying across time and place. What is clear is that this relationship changed both sides. Humans gained companions, guards, hunting partners. Dogs gained a new ecological niche tied closely to human activity. Over generations, physical and behavioural traits shifted, shaping the animals we recognise today. You sit near the fire and watch the animal one more time. It has moved slightly closer now, lying down just beyond the immediate circle of warmth. Its body is still, but its ears flick at every sound. It is part of the scene, but not fully inside it. A child tosses a small piece of food in its direction. The animal takes it, then returns to its place. No rush, no sudden movement, just a quiet exchange. The day unfolds as usual, but something has changed. The boundary between human and animal has softened just slightly. A new connection has formed, fragile but real. Before civilization, before farms and fences, before named breeds and trained companions, this is how it may have begun. A watchful presence at the edge of the fire, a shared moment of trust, and the slow, patient beginning of one of the oldest partnerships in human history. The valley does not stay the same. At first, the change is barely noticeable. A warmer wind moves through the trees. Snow that once lingered in shaded hollows vanishes earlier. The stream runs fuller for a time, then shifts its banks. Birds arrive in different numbers. Certain plants bloom sooner than expected. The elders notice before anyone names it. You notice through small disturbances. A patch where roots used to grow is now too wet. A crossing place near the stream has become soft and unreliable. The animal tracks that once appeared every few mornings have thinned. The herd paths bend elsewhere away from the old route. The land has not become hostile exactly. It has become uncertain. People talk more often now while looking outward. They stand at the edge of camp and watch clouds, birds water, and distant slopes. They compare what is happening with what they remember. Not with written records, not with neat charts, but with bodies that have lived through seasons and minds trained to notice when the world stops behaving normally. The climate after the last ice age did change dramatically. As the planet warmed, glaciers melted, sea levels rose, forests expanded. In some places, grasslands shifted and animal ranges changed. For human groups living through these transformations, climate change was not an abstract graph. It was the river moving the coastline, disappearing, the herd failing to arrive, the old camp becoming damp, the familiar path becoming wrong. You walk with the group toward a rise above the valley. The morning air is mild. Too mild perhaps for those who remember harsher cold. The ground is soft underfoot, dark with meltwater. Moss grows thick on fallen wood. Insects gather in small, busy clouds. The smell of the place has changed too, greener, wetter, heavier. From the ridge you can see the valley spread below. The stream glitters in several channels instead of one. Trees have crept farther into open ground. The plain beyond, once easier to see across, is broken by new growth. Good for some foods, perhaps. Bad for spotting animals at a distance. Every gain carries a question. A younger adult points toward the trees. An elder shakes their head slowly, then gestures farther south. Another person says something brief, perhaps reminding the group of a different place, a route followed in earlier years. The conversation is calm but serious. The land is asking them to choose. One small but powerful clue from this changing world comes from ancient shorelines now underwater. During colder periods, sea levels were much lower, and people likely lived on coastal plains that have since vanished beneath the sea. Camps, paths, gathering places, and burial grounds may now lie drowned offshore. A whole part of human history may be resting underwater, quiet beneath waves and silt. You imagine that for a moment. A beach where children once played. A fire built near dunes. Shellfish gathered in the evening light. Then generations later the water rises. Slowly, perhaps. Not like a single flood in most places, but persistently. The old path becomes marsh. The marsh becomes inlet. The inlet becomes sea. Memory remains for a while, then stories carry what land no longer shows. Back in the valley, the group begins preparing to move. This time, the packing feels heavier. Not because the bundles weigh more, though they might, but because leaving carries a different meaning. This may not be a short seasonal shift. It may be the beginning of a longer adjustment. The shelters are taken down with care. Branches are sorted, hides are folded, tools are counted. The fire is reduced to embers that can be carried if conditions allow. Children gather small objects they insist are vital to survival. Mostly stone shells and bits of wood, with emotional importance known only to them. You help lift a bundle. It smells of smoke hide and dried grass. The weight settles across the shoulder. Around you, people move with quiet efficiency. There is sadness, perhaps, but no helplessness. They have moved before. Their ancestors moved. Human life has always been a conversation with change. The group follows the stream downstream at first. Water leads the way, though not always kindly. The banks are muddy. Reeds grow thick. Birds lift from the marshy edges in sudden bursts of wings. The air hums with insects. A child swats at them with growing resentment. Some experiences are timeless. As you walk, the signs of warming appear everywhere. More trees, softer ground, different animal calls. The remains of old, cold-adapted worlds fading in patches. Some animals that once dominated open Ice Age landscapes are becoming rarer. Mammoths, giant deer, and other large animals would eventually disappear from many regions. The causes of these extinctions are still discussed from several angles: warming climates, changing habitats, human hunting pressure, and the complicated ways those forces may have combined. The group passes a place where old bones lie half buried near a muddy bank. Large bones, weathered, pale. They may belong to an animal that once moved through colder open land. A child reaches toward one, but an adult gently redirects them. The bones remain silent witnesses to a world passing away. You feel the mood shift as the day grows warmer. Travel becomes slower in wet ground. Feet sink. Bundles need adjusting. The dog-like animal from the camp, still hovering near the group, circles through the grass and returns tongue slightly out ears alert. It seems both curious and annoyed by mud, which is fair. Near midday, the group rests on higher ground. Below, the stream spreads into shining channels. Beyond it, a wider wetland glimmers under the sun. Birds gather there in numbers. Fish may be plentiful. Reeds may offer useful materials. This new world is not empty of opportunity. It is simply different. An elder speaks while people rest. They gesture toward the wetland, then toward distant hills. Perhaps they are naming risks and gifts. Wet places can offer food, but also insects, unstable ground, hidden water, and seasonal flooding. Forests offer plants, wood, and animals, but reduce visibility. Warming opens some paths and closes others. Human adaptation does not mean always winning. It means adjusting, losing some habits, inventing others, remembering old routes while learning new ones. You move again in the afternoon. The ground rises and the wetland falls behind. Trees grow taller here. Their shade cools the air. The smell becomes leafy and rich. Squirrels or small animals flicker through branches. Birdsong layers overhead. The group slows to examine nut shoots and signs of deer or boar. A different menu is appearing. Tools may need to change too. In denser forests, hunting large open plain animals is not the same. Smaller gamefish, birds, nuts, and plant foods may matter more. Bows nets, traps, fish hooks, baskets, grinding stones, and storage methods become increasingly useful in many regions over time. Not all at once, not everywhere, but the changing world encourages new solutions. You see one person check a woven container repairing a weak spot with fresh fibre. In wetland and forest environments, containers become precious. They carry shellfish seeds, nuts, berries, roots. They carry the new abundance of a warmer world if people know how to gather it. The sun lowers through the trees. Light turns green and gold. The air smells of leaves and damp bark. The group finds a dry place above a bend in the water. It is not perfect, but it will serve. Bundles fall to the ground. People stretch sore shoulders. A fire site is chosen. Children are warned away from a muddy edge with the weary tone of adults everywhere. Soon smoke rises again. The camp reforms in a new landscape under different trees beside water that reflects a warmer sky. People sit close, tired from travel. Food is shared. The elder looks back toward the north, though the old valley cannot be seen from here. You understand that before civilization change was not a single event. It was a slow pressure, 1,000 small surprises, a river shifting, a herd leaving, a coast drowning, a forest spreading, a season arriving early. People responded with movement, memory, experiment, and courage of the quietest kind. The fire catches fully. Its light touches faces, tools, hides baskets, and the watchful eyes of the animal near the edge of camp. The world has changed, but the circle remains, and in that circle humans begin again. In the warmer world, your hands begin to notice seeds everywhere. They cling to clothing. They gather in dry grass. They fall into baskets and hide folds. They scatter near the fire when people clean plant heads in the evening. Some are eaten, some are lost, some are crushed beneath feet. Some wait quietly in disturbed soil as if patience itself has taken a tiny shape. You follow a group out from the new camp in the morning. The air is mild, carrying the smell of damp leaves and sun-warmed earth. Birds move noisily in the branches. Insects hover over pale flowers. The ground here is richer than the colder country behind you, soft in places dark where water has recently passed. The world feels full, almost too full, with plants crowding every open patch. People are watching them closely, not in the distant way someone might admire scenery, but with practical attention. Which stalks are heavy with seed, which roots have thickened, which plants return near old camps, which ones grow better where soil has been disturbed by digging fire or discarded scraps. This is where the long path toward farming begins, though no one here would describe it that way. Agriculture did not appear suddenly because someone woke up one morning and decided civilization needed paperwork. It grew from countless small observations. People gathered wild plants for thousands of years before they domesticated them. They learned seasons, growth places, ripening times, and the effects of firewater and soil. At some point in some regions, that knowledge became more deliberate. You kneel beside a patch of tall grasses. Their seed heads bend in the breeze. A woman runs her hand along one stem, loosening grains into a container. She does not cut everything. Some remain standing. Nearby, another person shakes seed heads gently over a hide spread on the ground. The falling seeds make a soft, dry sound like rain made of tiny shells. The work is slow. Gathering seeds requires patience, but seeds have advantages. They can be stored more easily than berries or fresh greens. They can be ground, cooked, carried, saved. They are small, yes, but small things become powerful when collected by the handful, then the basket, then the season. You watch a child imitate the motion. Their hand closes too roughly, scattering half the seeds into the grass. An adult shows them again slower. The child tries once more with slightly better results. A few seeds fall into the container. The child beams as if they have personally solved hunger. Nearby, someone points to a place near the old fire site. Tiny green shoots have appeared where seeds were spilled days earlier. It may mean nothing, or it may mean everything. A few people look down, speaking softly. Perhaps they have seen this before. Seeds dropped near camp sometimes grow well in disturbed nutrient-rich soil. Ash waste trampled earth and cleared spaces can create accidental gardens. There is an important difference between gathering plants and farming them. For a long time, people may have encouraged useful plants without fully domesticating them. They could protect patches, clear, competing growth, scatter seeds near camp, return to favoured stands, burn areas to encourage new growth, or avoid taking every seed. This kind of careful tending sits between wild gathering and agriculture, and it reminds you that history rarely moves in neat steps. You stand and look across the clearing. Some plants here may be wild ancestors of future crops. Others will remain wild forever. The people around you do not know which will matter to distant descendants. They know only what feeds them now, what stores well, what makes the stomach ache, what ripens after the rains, what birds steal if left too long. A small, easy-to-miss clue comes from ancient plant remains. When archaeologists study charred seeds from old hearths or storage pits, they can sometimes see changes in size, shape, and seed attachment. Domesticated cereals, for example, often develop traits that make them easier for humans to harvest, but less able to scatter naturally. The plant changes because humans keep choosing certain forms even without understanding genetics. A quiet partnership begins and neither side signs anything. You move to a patch of roots. People dig with pointed sticks, loosening soil carefully. Not every root is taken. Some are left perhaps because they are too small, perhaps because leaving part of the plant allows it to return. You notice how the digging itself disturbs the ground. Soil turns, seeds hidden beneath may be brought closer to light. Other plants may find space. Human work begins shaping the plant world even before fields exist. The smell of fresh earth rises. It is dark, damp, and oddly comforting. A person lifts a root and trims away fine strands. Another checks for rot. The roots go into a basket woven tightly enough to hold them. The basket creaks softly as it fills. Containers matter more now. With more plant foods gathered, people need ways to carry dry sort and store them. Baskets, bags, pits, skins, mats, and later pottery all change how food can be managed. If you can store food, you can stay longer. If you can stay longer, you may tend plants more closely. If you tend plants more closely, the plants around you begin to change. None of this is instant. Some regions adopted farming early. Others continued hunting and gathering successfully for thousands of years. Some communities mix strategies, farming a little, gathering a lot, hunting, when useful fishing where possible. The idea that farming was an obvious improvement is too simple. It brought benefits, but also work risk, disease, social pressure, and the very suspicious invention of chores that never end. By midday, the group returns to camp with seeds, roots, and leafy plants. Near the fire, seeds are spread to dry. A flat stone becomes grinding surface. Another stone is moved over it in steady strokes. The sound is familiar from earlier meals, but now you hear it differently. Grind, pause, gather. Grind, pause, gather. Small grains become coarse meal. Dust clings to hands. A child sneezes, startled by their own nose. Someone laughs softly. Another person brushes seed husks away with a bundle of grass. The air smells dry, nutty, smoky green. You notice a small cleared patch near the camp edge. It is not a field, not yet. But certain useful plants seem to have been left standing. Others have been removed. The boundary is loose and formal. Still, the space has been altered. Someone knows that these plants matter. The evening meal includes a cooked mixture of roots and ground seeds. It is thick, warm, and plain, but filling. Steam rises from a hot stone. People eat slowly. The food settles heavily in the body, providing lasting energy. Not exciting in a dramatic sense, but deeply practical. A prehistoric comfort food, perhaps, if you're generous with the definition. As the sun lowers, people sort the remaining seeds. Some are eaten, some are stored. Some may be spilled near camp, some may be carried to the next place. Whether by intention or accident, humans are becoming seed movers. They carry plant futures in baskets and hands. You sit beside the small patch of green shoots. Firelight reaches them faintly. They are fragile, easily crushed, hardly impressive. Yet in them you can sense the beginning of a change that will eventually reshape the planet. Not because one person invented farming in a single, brilliant afternoon, but because generations noticed, returned, selected, tended and remembered. Before fields there were patches. Before harvest there were handfuls. Before agriculture there were people watching seeds fall into human hands. The night settles. Smoke drifts over the clearing. The tiny shoots remain in the dark soil, waiting for morning, waiting for rain, waiting for the slow attention that turns wild abundance into something more deliberate. And beside them, the camp sleeps, not knowing that one of history's greatest transformations has begun almost too quietly to hear. By the time the group stays longer in one place, the days begin to change, not all at once. No one announces that a new age has begun. There is no ceremony for the first suspiciously permanent roof, but you feel it in the rhythm. The camp that once loosened easily now holds a little tighter to the ground. The shelters are repaired instead of taken apart. The fire pits deepen. Paths form between sleeping places, food areas water, and the small patches of tended plants near the edge. A village is not here yet, not fully, but something like it is waiting. You wake in the soft grey light before sunrise. The air smells of smoke, damp soil and stored seeds. Around you, people begin their morning tasks, but there is a different weight to them now. Someone checks the drying racks. Someone looks over baskets of gathered grain. Someone repairs a shelter wall made stronger with branches, reeds and packed earth. Children are sent to collect fuel, and they go with the tragic dignity of people asked to do chores before breakfast. Staying longer brings advantages. There is food nearby. Water is close. Useful plants are returning in predictable patches. Fish gather in the stream at certain times. Nuts fall in the wooded slopes. A good place invites return, and repeated return invites investment. Why rebuild everything from nothing if you're coming back anyway? Why not strengthen the shelter, protect the food, clear the path, mark the storage place? Across several regions of the world, people began living in more settled communities before or alongside the development of full farming. Places rich in wild resources such as river valleys, wetlands, coastlines, and areas with abundant grains could support longer stays. The old idea that people only settle after farming began is too simple. Sometimes settlement and plant management grew together, nudging each other forward. You walk past a storage pit lined with grass and bark. It has been covered carefully to keep out damp animals and curious children who are very much a natural force. Inside, seeds may be stored for later. The idea is powerful. Food that is not eaten immediately becomes a future promise. It allows planning beyond today and tomorrow. But stored food also creates problems. It must be guarded. It can spoil. It can attract rodents, insects, and neighbours with flexible ideas about ownership. It can also change relationships within the group. When food is stored, questions follow. Who gathered it? Who controls it? Who gets it during hunger? Who remembers how much remains? The seed basket is no longer just a seed basket. It is social tension with a lid. You notice this tension near the storage area. Two adults speak quietly but firmly. One gestures toward the baskets, another shakes their head. A third person older steps in with a calming hand. The disagreement does not explode, but it does not vanish immediately either. Something new is being negotiated. In a highly mobile camp, many possessions must remain light and portable. In a more settled place, belongings can accumulate. More baskets, more tools, heavier grinding stones, stronger shelters, stored food, personal objects, useful yes, but also binding. The more you own, the harder it becomes to leave. Anyone with a modern closet knows this ancient trap in a softer form. The morning warms. You follow a path toward the plant patches. It is no longer just a casual clearing. The ground has been disturbed, weeded in places perhaps intentionally watered after dry days. Certain plants grow more densely here than elsewhere. Their seed heads bend in the light. People move through them, carefully checking ripeness, removing pests, breaking off dry stems. The work feels repetitive. Gathering wild foods requires movement and broad knowledge. Tending plants requires returning to the same place again and again, noticing smaller changes, preventing loss. There is satisfaction in it, but also monotony. A person bends, cuts, shakes, sorts, then does it again and again. Farming, even in its early forms, is not simply the discovery of free food. It's a long conversation with weeds, weather insects, and your own aching back. A small, overlooked consequence appears near the camp edge. Waste accumulates faster when people stay. Bone shells, ash, broken tools, old bedding, spoiled food. Human waste, all of it must be managed. A mobile group leaves some of its mess behind as it moves. A settled group has to live beside yesterday's leftovers. Suddenly, location matters in a new way. Where to sleep, where to cook, where to dump refuse, where children should absolutely not dig for treasures. The smell in some areas tells you choices are being made. A discard area lies downwind. Ash is piled near an old hearth. Broken grinding stones sit beside a shelter. This is the beginning of landscape management at a smaller, more crowded scale. Space becomes organised because it must. There is no tidy agreement about whether settling down was clearly better. Some evidence suggests more reliable food and larger communities. Other evidence from early farming populations shows heavier workloads, more disease in crowded settlements, nutritional stress in some diets, and growing inequality over time. The transition brought possibilities but also costs. Civilization did not arrive like a prize. It arrived with receipts. You sit near a woman grinding seeds on a heavy stone. Her motion is steady. Forward, back, forward, back. The sound is rough and hypnotic. Dust gathers on her hands. Her shoulders move with effort. This stone is too heavy to carry easily, which means the place has become more permanent, partly because the tools have. She pauses, flexes her fingers, then continues. You feel the patience in the work. It is not dramatic. It is not mysterious. It is ordinary and essential. Many of history's great changes are made of ordinary motions repeated until the world is different. Nearby children play between shelters. Their games have changed too. They build miniature storage pits. They pretend to guard baskets. One child accuses another of stealing imaginary seeds, and the argument becomes surprisingly elaborate. Even play absorbs the new concerns of settled life. A dog-like animal sleeps near the fire closer now than before. It opens one eye when a child runs past, then closes it again. Around more permanent camps, such animals may find even greater reason to stay. Food scraps are predictable. Humans are predictable. Rodents are drawn to stored food, and a sharp-nosed companion may be useful whether anyone planned it or not. In the afternoon, people repair a shelter wall. Reeds are woven through branches. Mud is pressed into gaps. The wet earth is cool under the hands. It smells rich and mineral. When it dries, it will block wind better than hides alone. The structure still looks humble, but it is becoming more house-like. Not permanent in the later sense, but less temporary than before. You help press mud into a crack. It squeezes between your fingers. A child laughs at the mess, then is handed some mud and immediately becomes deeply committed to architecture. The wall grows slowly, handprint by handprint. Settled life makes neighbours more important. Not just your own group, but nearby groups too. If people remain in one rich place, others may want access. Exchange can deepen, but so can territorial feeling. Paths become familiar. Boundaries begin to matter. A grove, a fishing spot, a patch of grain, a spring. Things that once were part of a wide seasonal route may become places people defend or claim. Evening falls. The camp is noisier than the older mobile camps. More people may be nearby. More tasks remain unfinished. More objects sit around the fire. The space feels warmer, fuller, and slightly less free. There is comfort in returning to the same shelter. There is also a new kind of restlessness. You sit by the fire and watch smoke rise between the sturdier huts. Someone counts stored bundles by touch. Someone covers a pit. Someone cleans a grinding stone. A child falls asleep beside a basket. The dog-like animals shift closer to the warmth. The air smells of grain, dust, wet mud smoke, and cooked roots. Before civilization fully arrives, settling down begins as a compromise. Stay and you gain storage, familiarity, stronger shelters, tended plants, fuller memories of place. Stay and you also gain chores, pests, arguments, waste, and the strange feeling that the land now expects you to show up tomorrow. The fire burns steadily. The camp no longer feels like a brief pause in movement. It feels like a question being asked again and again. What if we remain? And in that question, village life begins to take shape. Time begins to feel different once people stay. Not in hours or minutes, because those still do not exist in any formal way, but in patterns that repeat more clearly than before. You start to notice how certain tasks return at the same point in the day, how certain plants are checked at regular intervals, how people begin to expect tomorrow to resemble today in ways that were once uncertain. You wake to the same shelter, the same wall of woven branches and packed earth, the same fire pit now shaped by repeated use, the same path worn into the ground by feet moving back and forth between water, food and rest. There is comfort in this familiarity, a soft easing of the mind that comes from knowing where things are without needing to search. But there is also a new kind of responsibility. You cannot simply leave everything behind if something feels wrong. There's more here now, more effort invested, more expectation tied to this place. You step outside and see someone marking something in the dirt. Not writing, not symbols as we would recognize them, but a pattern of small stones arranged in a line. Each stone represents something, perhaps days since the last rain, perhaps the number of baskets filled, perhaps something else entirely. The meaning is held in memory, not in the stones themselves. Still, the idea is there. Keeping track. Across different parts of the world, early people began finding ways to mark time and events using simple systems. Not written language yet, but counts, marks, arrangements, and memory aids. A series of notches on bone, a pattern of stones, a repeated gesture tied to a cycle. These methods help hold information beyond the immediate moment. You watch as the person adds another stone. A small adjustment, but meaningful. The pattern grows. Nearby, someone inspects the sky. Clouds move differently today. The air feels heavier. A shift in weather may be coming. People notice these changes more carefully now because staying in one place makes weather more important. A sudden storm affects not just a single night, but stored food shelters and the delicate balance of the camp. You feel the wind pick up slightly. It carries the smell of distant rain. The group responds without urgency but with intention. Items are covered, shelters are checked, seeds are secured. These actions are becoming routine part of the rhythm of staying. Routine shapes time. When tasks repeat, they create a sense of before and after of sequence of expectation. Morning work, midday rest, evening preparation, night gathering. These patterns become a kind of clock, though no one calls it that. You sit near the fire as someone begins preparing food. The grinding stone moves in its steady rhythm. The sound is familiar now, almost comforting. You realize that this sound has become part of the identity of the place. If it were absent, something would feel wrong. A child nearby counts small objects, not with numbers as you know them, but with grouping. One another, then a pause. The child rearranges them, then starts again. Learning to count begins with noticing quantity, with grouping, with repetition. Formal numbers will come much later, but the foundation is already here. You think about how time might be remembered, not as dates but as events. The season when the river flooded, the time when the animals didn't come, the year when the plants grew well, the day when someone was born, the evening when someone was lost. Memory anchors time to experience, not to abstract units. A small but telling detail appears near the storage area. Someone checks the contents, carefully moving items, counting by touch, by sight, by memory. They know how much should be there. They know if something is missing. This awareness requires a mental record, a sense of quantity and change over time. The concept of keeping track is growing. You walk toward the edge of the camp where the plant patches lie. The shoots you noticed earlier have grown slightly. Not dramatically, but enough to show change. Someone kneels beside them, examining the leaves touching the soil, perhaps checking moisture. The act is quiet, but it reflects a new relationship with time. Plants require waiting. You cannot rush them. You can only observe, protect, and return. This return creates a cycle. Check, wait, check again. The cycle becomes part of daily life, shaping how people think about the future. There is still much uncertainty about how early people conceptualize time. Some may have thought in terms of cycles and patterns rather than linear progression. Others may have combined both depending on context. The evidence does not give a single answer, but it suggests that awareness of time was closely tied to environment and necessity. You return to the center of the camp. The fire burns steadily. People move through their tasks with a sense of order that feels new, not rigid but structured. The day has a shape. You notice how people anticipate. Someone begins preparing for evening before the sun has fully lowered. Another gathers fuel in advance of need. A third checks the sky again, reading signs that might affect tomorrow. Anticipation is a form of time awareness. It connects present action to future outcome. A light rain begins, soft at first, then steady. The shelters hold. Water runs off the packed earth walls. The fire is adjusted, protected. People gather closer, continuing their work within the shelter of their construction. The sound of rain adds another layer to the rhythm. It marks the passage of time in a different way. Each drop a small moment, each moment part of a larger flow. The ground darkens, the air cools. The smell of wet earth rises rich and deep. You sit and listen. The rain, the fire, the quiet voices. The world feels contained, organized, held together by patterns that are becoming more reliable. Before civilization created calendars, clocks and written records, humans were already shaping time through routine memory and observation. They tracked cycles, noted changes, and began to think beyond the immediate moment. And here in this slowly settling camp, time itself is being understood in a new way, not just as something that passes, but as something that can be noticed, remembered, and gently guided. The rain continues, the fire glows, and the rhythm of the day, now more defined than before, carries the group forward into whatever comes next. The longer you remain in this place, the more you begin to feel something unusual, not just routine, not just familiarity, something deeper, quieter, almost invisible at first, a sense that this piece of land is no longer just a stop along a path. It is becoming the place. You notice it in small ways, the way someone refers to the stream without pointing, the way a child runs confidently through the trees, knowing where the ground dips and where it stays firm, the way people speak of nearby hills as if they belong to memory, not just to sight. This is how belonging begins, not with ownership in the modern sense, no lines drawn, no declarations made, but with repeated presence, with stories tied to specific trees, specific bends in the water, specific stones warmed by the afternoon sun. You walk toward the edge of the camp where the burial took place days ago. The soil has settled slightly. The stones remain. A few plants have begun to push up around the edges, small and green against the darker earth. Someone has placed another object nearby, a simple one, perhaps a piece of bone or a small bundle of plant fibers. No one explains it, but the gesture is clear enough. The place holds memory now. In many ancient societies, landscapes became layered with meaning through repeated use and remembrance. Certain locations held stories of birth, death, gathering, conflict, and return. Over time, these places could form a kind of mental map, not just of geography, but of experience. You sit quietly near the grave. The air still. The sound of the stream carries faintly. A bird calls once, then falls silent. The moment feels separate from the rest of the camp, not isolated but marked. A child approaches slower than usual. They stop a short distance away, looking at the stones. An adult joins them, kneeling beside them. The adult speaks softly, perhaps explaining, perhaps remembering. The child listens, then nods, though it is not clear how much is understood. Understanding grows over time. Memory is not given all at once. It is layered, revisited, reshaped. You return to the centre of the camp. People are working as usual, but the space feels different now. More defined, more anchored. Paths between shelters are clearer. Certain areas are used for specific tasks. The storage pit is checked regularly. The plant patches are tended with care. A structure begins to form. Not a formal plan, but a pattern. A sense of where things belong. You notice how people refer to directions. Not just pointing, but using shared understanding. The place where the sun rises over that hill, the area beyond the large tree, the path toward the water. These references rely on a common knowledge of the landscape. Language begins to attach itself to place. Names may not exist in the way you expect, but recognition does. A location is no longer just a location. It is a known point within a shared world. A small but meaningful detail appears near the storage area. Someone has marked the ground with a series of shallow lines. Not decoration, not random. A pattern that seems to indicate something. Perhaps a count. Perhaps a boundary. Perhaps a reminder. The marks are simple, but they hold intention. Across various ancient contexts, markings on surfaces, whether on bone, stone or earth, suggest early forms of recording information. These are not yet writing, but they show a desire to preserve and communicate beyond immediate speech. You watch as another person notices the marks. They pause, study them, then nod slightly. The meaning is understood even if it is not spoken aloud. Shared symbols are beginning to emerge. Not fully developed, not standardized, but present. You walk toward the plant patches again. They have grown more noticeably now. The shoots are stronger. Some have begun to form early seed heads. People move through them, carefully removing competing plants, checking for damage. This space is no longer just part of the wild landscape. It is shaped, managed, known. You realize that the group is not just living in the environment anymore. They are beginning to shape it in return. This shift is subtle but profound. For most of human history, people adapted to the land moving as needed, responding to changes. Now slowly they are also influencing the land, encouraging certain plants, clearing space, building structures, creating patterns that will persist. The relationship's becoming two-directional. You sit near the fire as evening approaches. The light softens, shadows lengthen, smoke rises in familiar patterns. People gather, their movements relaxed but purposeful. A conversation begins nearby. Two adults speak about moving to another place, perhaps temporarily, perhaps not. Another listens, then gestures toward the storage pit, the plant patches, the shelters. The decision is not simple anymore. Leaving means abandoning more than just a campsite. It means leaving behind effort investment memory. Staying means committing to a place that may not always provide. This tension is new, and it will shape the future. You think about how this moment connects to everything that will come later. Villages, towns, cities, boundaries, ownership, identity tied to land, conflict over resources, cooperation within communities. All of it begins here in quiet decisions made around a fire. The night settles. The stars appear, though partly hidden by the shapes of trees. The fire glows warmly. The dog-like animal rests closer than ever, fully part of the camp now. You lie back and look upward. The sky's the same, but the ground beneath you feels different. More familiar. More defined. Before civilization, before written maps and named territories, humans began to belong to places, not by claiming them, but by living in them, remembering them, and slowly shaping them through repeated care. And in this valley, under the same ancient sky, that belonging is taking root. The night settles more gently than before. There is no single moment where everything changes, no sudden crossing into something called civilization. Instead, you feel a quiet accumulation like layers of ash building in a fire pit, each one soft, each one barely noticed, until one day the ground itself has risen. You lie near the fire and listen. The sounds are familiar now. The steady crackle of burning wood, the soft murmur of voices, the occasional movement of the dog-like companion shifting in sleep, the faint rhythm of someone breathing nearby. The valley holds these sounds the way memory holds moments loosely but securely. You think back to where this journey began, to open landscapes where movement was constant, to cold winds and vast plains, to caves where flickering light made animals seem to breathe, to nights filled with unfamiliar sounds, to the first careful exchanges with strangers, to the slow gathering of seeds, to the decision almost unnoticed to stay a little longer. All of it still exists. Nothing has been lost, but something has been added. You see it now in the way people prepare for tomorrow. Someone checks the storage pit one last time before sleep. Another adjusts the covering over the plant patch, protecting it from animals or sudden weather. A third person places tools in a consistent spot, knowing they will return to them in the morning. This expectation of return changes everything. It stretches the mind forward. It connects today to tomorrow to the next day, and so on, building a sense of continuity that grows stronger with each passing cycle. Nearby, a child sleeps with a small object in their hand, perhaps a stone, perhaps a shell, something carried from earlier days from other places. The child does not know it, but they are holding a piece of a much larger story, one that reaches far beyond this valley. You close your eyes for a moment, then open them again. The stars are still there, though partially hidden by the trees. They have watched every step of this journey unchanged, while everything below them shifts and adapts. They will continue to watch, as new patterns emerge, as paths become roads, as shelters become structures, as gatherings become settlements. A quiet thought settles in your mind. Civilization is not a single invention. It is a gradual weaving together of countless small threads. Movement becoming routine, gathering becoming tending, exchange becoming connection, memory becoming place, care becoming structure, observation becoming understanding. Each thread alone is simple. Together they form something complex. You turn slightly, feeling the ground beneath you. It is no longer just a temporary resting place. It holds impressions of repeated use, paths worn by feet, soil turned by hands, spaces shaped by intention. The land carries the marks of human presence, not as scars but as signs of interaction. The fire burns lower. People settle deeper into sleep. The camp grows quieter, though never completely silent. The night continues its slow rhythm, carrying the valley through hours that are felt rather than counted. You think about what comes next, not in a distant, abstract way, but in the immediate sense. Tomorrow people will wake. They will check the plants. They will gather, repair, cook, teach, watch the sky, listen to the land. They will make decisions, small and large, that continue shaping their world. Over time, these decisions will lead to changes. Some groups will move again, others will stay. Some will develop new tools. Others will refine old ones. Some will build more permanent structures. Others will maintain a balance between movement and settlement. There is no single path, only many paths crossing, diverging, reconnecting. You listen to the breathing around you. Each person here carries knowledge, memory, and potential. Each action contributes to a larger pattern, even if no one sees the full picture. The future is not planned in detail. It grows from what people do day by day, moment by moment. The dog-like animal lifts its head briefly, then rests it again. It has become part of this place just as the people have. Another thread in the growing weave. You feel the calm of the night settle over you. The journey through deep time has brought you here to a moment that feels both complete and unfinished. The past stretches behind you, filled with movement, discovery, adaptation. The future stretches ahead, filled with possibilities not yet realized. And in between there is this, a fire in a valley, people gathered close, the quiet understanding that something is changing even if it has no name yet. Before cities, before written language, before organized states, humans were already building the foundations of what would come. Not through grand plans, but through daily life, through attention, through care, through the slow accumulation of choices. You close your eyes again. The warmth of the fire fades slightly as it burns down, the air cools, the sounds soften, the valley rests. And as sleep begins to take hold, you realize that the story you've walked through is not separate from you. It is part of you, carried forward through countless generations, through memory, through change, through the simple act of being human. The night deepens. The fire becomes embers. The stars continue their silent watch. And in the quiet, the ancient world settles gently into rest. Now let the world grow softer. The fire has burned down to a low glow, its warmth lingering in the earth and in the bodies gathered around it. The voices have faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of breathing. The valley, once full of movement and sound, now rests under a calm and patient night. You can feel the stillness settling in. The air is cool, but not cold. The ground beneath you holds just enough warmth to be comforting. Somewhere nearby, the stream continues its quiet journey, a soft, constant presence that needs no attention. Leaves shift gently in the trees, responding to a breeze so light it barely reaches you. There is nothing left to do, no decisions to make, no paths to follow, only rest. The people around you sleep, their forms softened by darkness. The fire, now only embers, gives off a faint glow that flickers and dims like a slow heartbeat easing towards stillness. Above, the stars remain, distant, steady, unchanged. They have watched every step of this long journey, and they will continue to watch long after this moment fades. There is comfort in that quiet continuity, in knowing that some things remain constant, even as everything else shifts and grows. You breathe in slowly. The scent of smoke, earth, and night fills your lungs, then leaves just as gently. Your body relaxes, releasing the tension of the day, the weight of movement, the quiet effort of attention. Everything softens. The edges of thought blur. The world becomes less defined, more peaceful. And in this calm you can simply drift. No need to hold on to the story. No need to remember every detail. Just let it settle. Like the embers of the fire, like the gentle movement of the stream, like the steady presence of the stars. You are safe here. You are warm. You are at rest. And as the night deepens, the ancient world fades softly around you, carrying you into sleep with the same quiet rhythm that has guided human beings for thousands of years. Sweet dreams,